thank you for gathering for our meeting today, the Thursday, 26th of February 2026, for our ordinary meeting of Council. A reminder that this meeting is being webcast and that all those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements. And a reminder to all those in the gallery that the use of a recording device is against the Code of Meeting Practice, and anyone contravening or attempting to contravene will be expelled from the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could stand for our acknowledgement of country and prayer. Yass Valley Council recognises the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the land, water and sky. We pay our respect to their elders, past, present and future emerging leaders. We extend our respect to other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who live in the Yass Valley local government area. And now the prayer. Let us be still and remember the presence of God. As we commence our meeting, let us together pray for guidance and help. Please join me in the prayer or take this moment to reflect. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon this council. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the true welfare of Australia and the people of Yass Valley. Amen. Please be seated. Councillors, I have an apology from Councillor Cameron. He is on his way directly. Could I have a mover?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath.
Second.
And Councillor Cherry. We accept that apology, and all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, Councillors. Moving on to declarations of pecuniary interests and special disclosures. Councillors, do we have any of those? I will note that for item 6.1, I had a previous declaration of less than significant non-pecuniary interest, which is, in my opinion, extinguished, and I will be staying in the room in the chair. For 6.7, I will declare a less than significant non-pecuniary interest, as we are beyond the decision-making point of the site itself. And also to demonstrate that and be transparent about the previous declaration on the land, which remains in the ownership of the Anglican parish. A family member sits on the St Clement's Parish Board. And I'll just welcome in Councillor Adrian Cameron.
Thank you.
And also just give the councillor a moment to seat himself and make any declarations of pecuniary interest or special disclosures.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. We now come to the confirmation of the minutes from the ordinary meeting held on 18th of December 2025. Do I have a mover? So moved, Councillor Flannery and Councillor Burgess. Councillor Flannery, you have the floor if you'd like to speak to them. Thank you. All those in favour of those minutes being passed, that's unanimous. Councillors, I now have 3 mayoral minutes to put before you. The first item, 5.1, the Shingle Hill Way and Federal Highway intersection advocacy. The recommendation for the mayoral minute is that Council acknowledges the Gundaroo RFS advocacy on the need for a coordinated approach to the intersection, which straddles several jurisdictions, along with the YVC coordinated on-site meetings between Gundaroo and Womboyne RFS crews, YVC and QPRC mayors and executive leadership, New South Wales Police and Transport for New South Wales. 2, the Council supports further collaborative advocacy to the state and federal governments to prioritise a full upgrade to the Federal Highway Shingle Hill Way intersection as a strategic response to the 2023 completion of the state and federal government $4.4 million investment in and completion of the Shingle Hill Way bridge upgrade. And that 3, Council brings to the attention of the state government that the accommodation of higher mass load HML vehicles and raising to a 166-tonne load limit of the Shingle Hill Way bridge creates a duty of care for the New South Wales Government to upgrade the state-managed highway intersection tie-in. This is necessary to mitigate the associated increased risks of nearby infrastructure, supporting increased freight productivity and high volume traffic including caravans, horse floats and agricultural truck movements, while ensuring the safety of emergency services response personnel. Councillors, I move that mayoral minute and with Councillor Burgess's permission, seek his endorsement as the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Councillors, just to speak briefly on this, the Gundroo RFS have seen an increasing amount of accidents, which they've detailed in their letter to us. We've been pushing for this previously before the Shingle Hillway Bridge was constructed. Now that that load limit has been increased to 166 tonnes, I think it's very much like a flashing light saying, come here, use this way as a strategic transport route for freight and agricultural movements. I think it strengthens our argument that we are a strategic transport hub and should be identified in the state government's strip plan as such because of these works. And I do believe the state and federal governments in their contribution of that $4.4 million also need to look at the timing. Councillors, are there any other speakers to this item? Thank you. Councillor Burgess.
Over the years I've drove a lot of semi-trailers, and when you get up to this corner you can't turn left because there's Armco railing right around it and the signs there. You've got to go right out on the highway and the trailer's still on the thing, on the where you coming up Shingle Hill Way, the trailer's still there. And that the traffic is coming 110 k's an hour there, and there's a lot of them, one after the other. So it's pretty bad, and the rural fire service tells me there's often cranes there. And there's a lot of caravans on that go, and there's heavy machinery sometimes going on that road and back onto the federal highway. So all the truck drivers, they pick anything up in Gundroo, go around or anywhere out that way, the Yass River or Gunny, and they go up that way, they have to go to Sutton and turn and go down to get back onto the federal highway. It's a terrible road, it should have never been left like that. It should have been a lane so you could get off and go around, so trucks could go around. It was nothing like that.
And Councillor Burgess, are you aware of trucks losing their loads on that location? Losing their loads on to making the turn?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Councillor Rothwell. Sorry, Councillor Flannery, are you?
No.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking to speak.
I drive that road every day going down road and some work, and I nearly had a head on. Yesterday I was on front of you, wasn't it?
Yep.
I'm sorry for my language.
That's all good.
But it needs to be upgraded, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. Do I have any further speakers to that item? Councillor Flannery.
I agree that that intersection is dangerous and there is a need for it. I'm just wondering why this comes to us as councillors in a mayoral minute, not through the Director of Infrastructure, because I would have thought that it would be a priority given that we've got two councillors and a third yourself that's aware of the problem. I just was wondering where this fits into our scheme of roads to be reviewed, etc., and why it wouldn't have come through the Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I sought advice from the Director on this item, and I'm very appreciative that measures that Yass Valley Council is operationally can take within the current budget have been fast-tracked through the Traffic Committee, which you'll see at the end of the Council agenda. And so the next steps for us to go beyond what we can do and what we can ask in terms of signage through the local transport forum becomes an advocacy role, which we've done previously in 2022 through our list of priorities during the federal and state elections that we compiled as a council. Now that the bridge is constructed, I think it's created certainly much more impetus for us to continue that advocacy, and I'd certainly like to invite both the Transport Minister at a state and federal level to attend. And Gundroo RFS were asking for a coordinated approach, so I approached PPRC's Meg Henrik Winchester to also attend on site along with New South Wales Police RFS, and I appreciate the staff doing all they could to create that opportunity to happen. Are there any further questions? Yep, okay.
There's lots, but anyway.
Okay. I'll open that up to the director if he also wants to respond.
You Madam Mayor, no, I think you covered it well. It's now an advocacy piece that the council and politically we need to push. You will see later in the agenda through the local transport forum that there are a whole heap of measures that we're trying to put in place for that intersection to make it safe. That's within council's operation.
Is there any further speakers for or against? I'd like to put that mayoral minute. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. There's a few attachments to that. 5.2, this is in relation to correspondence from the Mayor of Waverley, Councillor Will Namesh. The recommendation is that Council notes Yass Valley Council fulfilled its December 18 resolution in leading our community in a nationally signalled evening of prayer, reflection and togetherness with a candlelight vigil at Yass Soldiers Memorial Hall and Shrine in December. On behalf of Council, I wrote to Waverley Mayor Councillor Will Namesh expressing our community's deepest condolences and unwavering solidarity following the anti-Semitic massacre at Bondi Beach on December 14, 2025, and the correspondence is tabled in this mayoral minute. I received a letter from Mayor Namesh expressing his and Waverley Council's deep appreciation of our support, and the correspondence is tabled. On behalf of Council, I also wrote to New South Wales RSL thanking the Yass RSL sub-branch for their support and assistance with the vigil, the support of the combined churches and attended by the Honourable Michael McCormack, Yass Police and Emergency Services, and 130 members of the public, including Jewish residents and their rabbi, and the correspondence is tabled. On the 26th of January, the Yass Valley Condolence Book of Messages was presented to the Honourable Wendy Tuckerman MP for further coordination through New South Wales Parliament. Councillors, I'd like to move that mayoral minute. Do I have any speakers for?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Happy to receive a seconder. Councillors, I'll take that as the message delivered straight from the recommendation. Any further speakers for or against? Thank you, Councillor
I
Chair.
speak against this motion, Madam Mayor. As a former member of the Yass RSL sub-branch, I am a little bit disappointed that the Yass RSL sub-branch being recognised for a religious activity, noting that RSL New South Wales prides itself on being an agnostic organisation. I understand that members of the Yass RSL sub-branch did support this and very ably to do so. I commend you on the intent overall, however this part of the mayoral minute sits very uncomfortable with me because I do note that there are a lot of members within the Yass veteran community that are very uncomfortable with the occurrences that occurred here and the subsequent actions on Australia Day. So I must, in all good conscience, oppose this.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. Do I have any other speakers for or against? Councillor Cherry, just in response then, I will draw your attention to item 13 of the mayoral minute from the December meeting, which received your support. That item 13 was shares with the community that the Yass Valley Council, with the support of the Yass RSL sub-branch and the combined churches of Yass, will hold a candle lighting vigil between 6:45pm and 8pm in the shrine foyer of the Yass Soldiers Memorial Hall, Cooma Street, Yass, on Sunday the 21st, inviting the public to pass through the shrine, light a candle, offer prayers, or spend time in quiet reflection. I'll also note that this was signalled as, after we had made that resolution, it was signalled nationally by the Prime Minister that evening at exactly that time be spent in prayer or quiet reflection. Councillors, I'll now move that mayoral minute. All those in favour? Councillors Butler, McGrath, Carter, Jones, Burgess, Rothwell and Cameron. All those against? Councillors Cherry and Councillor Flannery. Thank you, councillors. That mayoral minute is passed.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm happy to move the recommendation on the next mayoral. If Councillor Burgess is prepared to second.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath and Councillor Burgess. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Burgess? Okay, terrific. Councillors, two of our longest serving councillors have received due recognition for their long and distinguished service in local government, with 30-year certificates and medals recently presented. And we're still counting, the clock is still running. Councillor McGrath, I think you may be up to 33 this year. So, look, the recommendation stands that we commend our long service recognition awarded to Councillor Alan McGrath, our former Mayor, and Councillor Cecil Burgess, OAM, for his continuous service to Yass Valley. I'd like to formally congratulate here in this chamber both these individuals on the presentation of their Local Government Association certificates and long service medals at the 2026 Australia Day ceremony. We're better than to award those right here in our community. You were right, Seth, it was the right place to do it. And I'd also like to extend our thanks to PPRC Mayor Henrik Winchester, who defied time, and Emeritus Mayor Rowena Abbey OAM for making themselves available to be participants in that award ceremony and made it quite special. Now, the floor is over to you and the seconder.
I'll respond.
Alright, I think at the very least, I'd like you to pop open the medal, the medal holders' cases, please. If you thought show and tell was over in class, think again. This is quite a significant achievement.
You look healthy too. That's good.
So without further ado, I'll move that mayoral minute and we have a seconder. Yep, we have a mover and a seconder.
I might vote against it.
Not effusive enough.
And I'm pretty, I better check in with Caitlin. You don't need the mayor to move the mayoral minute, someone else can move. Thank you, I'm just checking it's a legitimate mayoral minute now, just checking, alright. All those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you, councillors. I think that concludes the mayoral minutes, yes. Moving right along to item 6.1, the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly motions. Councillors, I put before you the 5 recommended motions, and I would just like to extend my appreciation to our staff for tidying up my wordy supporting documents to something palatable. Our motions as they stand are for the 2026 National General Assembly of ALGA, relate to the establishment of a dedicated national fund specifically for the repair, replacement and upgrade of ageing Olympic-style swimming pools operating as council-managed public assets, to the increase of the financial assistance grants to 1% of the federal taxation revenue as motion 2, the wording as stated in the business report. Advocate for council access to the national messaging system for targeted emergency alerts. I know that will be tested this year in July, that's just been announced. And restoration of funding for the Green Army or similar grassroots programs supporting First Nations and council collaborations. And the introduction of a national standard for tree management practices conducted by energy infrastructure maintenance bodies and their contractors. I think we have a mover.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Do we have a second?
Can I just clarify, what item number was that?
Okay, it's in the refresh business paper. It's sitting as 6.1 of the late items, is that correct?
Sure. 6.22.
6.22. It says 6.1 on mine.
It's just an error.
Yeah, okay.
We can deal with it
Okay, so I'll need a procedural motion to bring it forward then.
It's an administrative error. It's okay.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So I don't think administrative errors are correct because we just have so many papers that have come forward as late papers and mayoral minutes and things. Is there a timeframe where, as councillors, we don't receive any additional papers? I just was wondering, is there a kind of cut-off? Because we've been receiving papers up until walking into the meeting. I find it really, really annoying and very difficult to manage, you know, in terms of taking things in and being able to make honest, transparent and accountable decisions. So bringing this item forward and calling it okay because it's an administrative error actually dismisses the complications of having late papers and things to consider. So
Thank you, Councillor Thundery. I'll just now hand over to the acting CEO to respond.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the ALGA paper was inadvertently omitted from the ordinary council meeting minute papers that were released last week, and that was identified over the weekend and released on Monday within the 3 days minimum time period required for reports. Mayoral minutes can be produced up until the meeting starts.
Okay.
Actually, I think I don't think you can do it in the meeting. Yeah. Not that I would want to be in that position. Okay. Right, councillors, so I would stress that these are picked up through my observation of many of the issues that require national advocacy that you brought to this room, whether it be the tree management practices or the need to be better able to communicate with our residents during boil water alerts, the issue that we have with funding and repairing our ageing Olympic pool, the issue that we have with the lack of federal assistance grants to deal with our infrastructure, and the opportunities that we are probably missing because we don't have a funding stream adequate enough to work collaboratively with our First Nations and land care to actually work in that space of improving our environment. So hence the motions that I brought forward, and once again I'd just like to thank the staff for their work in bringing this up to portal state to put to the ALGA portal tomorrow. That's the last day that we have to upload these. Councillors, we have a mover and a seconder. We have Councillor Cameron moving, Councillor Butler seconding. Would the mover, Councillor Cameron, like to speak to the issue?
Yes, I would like to speak to this motion. I would like to support a motion at today's meeting, and this will be one of them. And this will be one of them because it is actually brilliant, I think. And thank you very much for your lead-in. I thought you were moving it. Particularly the first one about the national pools. You know, basically we've got a lot of infrastructure across Australia that is declining, and it needs to be in the fact that we're going to an Olympic year in early 2030s. I think this is a really good one to start pushing now, and maybe we can get some real money about it. And of course I'm very interested in the last one about the tree management practices, because from what I can understand, it's abysmal pretty much across Australia rather than just New South Wales, where it's probably worse than others. And the other motions, I really like motion 2, but you've got no chance moving that up to 1%, but we've got to try. So thank you very much.
Councillor Butler.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say I'm very appreciative for the councillors that contribute to the motions. I did not contribute, but it's really important that Yass Valley Council, as a rural council, we continue to have a seat at the table and make our opinions and voices very clear in regards to our issues and what's affecting our regions.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Do I have a speaker against? Do I have a speaker for? Thank you, Councillor Cherry.
Madam Mayor, obviously you and I attended the ALG conference later in 2025, and it was a fantastic experience, I must say. Because hearing a lot of the debates that relate to a lot of the topics and the motions that you have presented to us today, very encouraging to see. Obviously, as the chair of the Yass Pool Redevelopment Committee, I love motion 1, and a lot of those very, very pertinent to everything that we debate and discuss and advocate for within the Yass Valley LGA. Can I just say, from a personal perspective, hearing you thunder away a lot of those motions was quite inspiring. So I appreciate your passion, and I really commend you on your advocacy on behalf of the Yass Valley at a national stage. And can I also say just how important it is for Yass Valley Council to be part of the local government organisation. It is an integral organisation that advocates on behalf of all councils of New South Wales, and at the national level as well, with the higher organisation there too. But it's also very important to note that a lot of rural councils within New South Wales are experiencing practically the same issues that we are in every extent of the complexity that we deal with on a daily basis. So I really like a lot of the, as a matter of fact, all of them. I'm very supportive, so I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. Do I have any further speakers? Councillor Cameron, would you like to close?
No, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to the business item 6.1, the review of determination, Dazzle Dance, 26 Rose Street, Murrumbidgee.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move this motion with an amendment.
Thank you, councillor Butler.
The amendment, I have sent this to Chloe, it brings the recommendation to point 1 and then we add a point 2, which reads that Dazzle Dance Murrumbidgee, located at 26 Rose Street, Murrumbidgee, is permitted to operate 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on the Anzac Day public holiday, Monday the 27th, sorry, the Anzac Day public holiday on Monday the 27th of April 2026 and the King's Birthday public holiday, Monday the 8th of June 2026.
Thank you, councillor Butler. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rothwell. Okay. Councillor Butler, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In August 2025, the original recommendation of council was to support 9 till 9, Monday to Friday, 9 till 7 on a Saturday, and 10 till 4 on a Sunday, with no operation permitted on public holidays. This was less than what the applicant was asking, and it was rejected by council. The resolution instead was 9 till 9, Monday to Friday, 9 till 4 on Saturday, and no operation on a Sunday or public holidays. The applicant has lodged a review of determination based on the resolution from the August 2025 meeting and is rightfully able to do so under Section 8.5 of the Environment and Planning Act. The applicant is under no obligation to provide any further information other than what was provided to support the original request in August 2025. The purpose of a review of determination is to provide council an opportunity to reflect on the decision that was made and consider if this was appropriate and rectify it if council so chooses to do so. I don't plan on getting down in the weeds of this DA today. Most of the themes are captured in the submissions and those provided by the applicant remain unchanged. And so I believe that we all have a good grasp on the issues at hand. I wish to present instead for your consideration, and in addition to your own considerations, that councillors look at 3 aspects of this DA. Restrictions that are currently placed on other businesses in the immediate area, enforced compliance issues relating to this DA, and the appropriateness of a business in this location. Councillors, most of us here are or have been business owners. I'd like for you just to imagine that you have invested a significant amount of money to open your own business in an appropriately zoned area where other businesses are operating, and council enforces such tight restrictions on your operating hours that you are forced to continue to rent a subpar location to carry out your business. when other businesses did not have these restrictions on them. I can't imagine that any of you would be very happy with council. Dazzle Dance is located in an RU5 village zone which permits a mix of residential and commercial buildings. In my opinion, it does not emulate a quiet and peaceful rural vibe that would be found in a larger estate in Murrumbateman. The addition of a dance school, in my opinion, fits very well to an already busy and diverse range of commercial and residential dwellings. And I also want to add in that between 9 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. the next day, Monday to Friday, this business is essentially closed. There is no activity happening between those hours. Finally, I'll add that while compliance issues have been submitted to council, and on council's own admission these issues have been investigated, either fully or partially, there have been no formal enforcements made. So when considering this item today, I ask you to consider the points I have made and support the amended recommendation before you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I'll now move to the seconder, Councillor Rothwell. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I don't say much, but it's a dance school, let them dance, you know, like, that's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. With the meeting's grace, if I could ask a question of the Director in regards to the additional items of the amendment to include those public holidays for the 2026 period, is there any legality around that we need to be aware of?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no concerns in that space.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can I ask an additional question?
Yes.
you might know?
Councillor Carter.
And it might be to both parties, I'm not sure, but I'll direct it to Director of Planning and the Environment. Is the intent that we're going to have to do this every single year there, that, you know, consider all public holidays that Dazzle Dance and wish to operate with through an amended application? I'm just trying to work through what the implication of approving this might mean.
Thank you, Councillor Carter.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the wording of the amendment is purely for this year, this 2026 year, so any future amendments would have to be reconsidered or done through a modification of consent. In this particular instance, the wording of the amendment would restrict it just to this calendar year.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Could I get some clarity from the mover? Is this in relation to the public holiday that was just announced by the state government?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the applicant has made it clear that they are not seeking to operate on public holidays. They do not wish to open up their dance studio on public holidays. They do, however, wish in term 2 of the school year to operate on the Monday, on the Anzac Day long weekend public holiday, which has just been announced as their timetable is already functioning, and also the King's birthday in June. That is the 2 that they are requesting. They are happy to not do any further public holiday.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Chan.
Madam Mayor, question for the Director, if I may. Director Neal, could you outline for us what new material evidence or any changed circumstance has arisen since Council's determination in 2025 that would reasonably justify a different outcome to this matter at the moment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the applicant's Section 8.2 review was to request a determination with minimal additional information that would need to be considered. One of the key ones was just a minor reduction in hours on the Saturday. Apart from that, it was as per the original application.
Thank you, Director. Do I have any speakers for the motion now? Do I have any speakers against the motion? Sorry, Councillor Flannery may have had you there by second, Councillor Chariot.
I respect entirely what you've mentioned, Councillor Butler and Councillor Rothwell, about let the kids dance, and they can dance. They can dance if of the waking hours or, you know, times that normal businesses operate through up to 80% of the time. You've made you've made many relevant points, but the opportunity to look at this the applicants have provided an opportunity for councillors to reflect and say, is there anything different? And I guess a couple of things come to mind. One is the council's ability to monitor this situation if there's not compliance. You know, I've put a number of complaints into council and I get a message, we have no compliance officers to follow it up. So once we give something, we can't take it back. Secondly, the restrictions on other businesses. I don't know if other businesses in the area have music going all the time and have traffic and things. The appropriateness and the money that people have put into their businesses, that same argument could be used with the people who live in that area and how much money they've spent on their house. And honestly, on a Sunday or a Saturday afternoon, I think it's incumbent on all of us who live in rural areas to allow the quiet enjoyment of space and not have noise that's interfering with their surrounds. You know, it causes a lot of hypertension. I know the kids want to dance, I know that, but I cannot see how we can be unfair to the people that live there. We've given a lot of concessions, you know, there's on a Saturday, the times end at 4 o'clock, 9 to 4 o'clock. Sunday's the only day the residents, like the only day, 6 other days of the week that business is able to operate. I think that if we were living there ourselves, we would also want one day where we didn't have to put up with the business operating.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I'm sorry, Councillor Rothwell, unless it's a question, you've had your turn to speak. Councillor Cherry, I believe you wanted to speak next.
Madam Mayor, do you have anyone speaking for, or someone to speak against?
Okay, do we have any further speakers for? I will fill that void very briefly to say that I am observant that the report states that under the New South Wales Planning Act, a business can operate in New South Wales 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I know that this business is not in operation for most of the day, and I know that if we are going to put further restrictions on operation, then the place to do that is a review of the Yass Valley LEP, and to do that here in a particular DA, I think sends a confusing message to people who want to start a business in Yass Valley. That's all I had to say. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, my fellow councillors, families move to villages like Murray Bateman seeking a semi-rural lifestyle, or at the very least a version of it. They choose these communities for their character, their quiet rhythm and the sense of livability they offer. On my way here this evening, I passed a billboard managed by Yass Valley Council on the Barton Highway that reads, Yass Valley, escape the noise, escape the rush. That promotional messaging reflects the very expectations many residents have when they choose to live here. For that reason, I cannot, in good faith, support the proposed trading hours on Sundays. It is my strong view that Sundays remain an important day of rest, reflection and preparation for the working week ahead, and for faith for those that follow that, in particular within that village setting. That said, I am prepared to apply a balanced approach here. I consider the applicant's request to operate on the 2 identified public holidays to be reasonable, particularly as it aligns with their semester scheduling. I'm also open to support extended hours on Saturdays for one-on-one tuition and assessment, which I see as a more manageable and fair outcome for all stakeholders. This chamber was very deliberate with this decision in 2025. We sought to strike a balance between the applicant, what the applicant requested, and what the nearby residents were objecting to. That decision reflected the principles of fairness and proportionality. It recognised the neighbouring residents already accommodate extended operating hours on every other day of the week, and that some degree of respite was appropriate. I am not convinced that any new, and Director Neil has verified this, any new compelling planning rationale has been presented that will justify departing from that early determination in relation to Sundays. The application has not changed, the surrounding environment has not changed, the legislative framework has not changed, and the concerns of the objectives remain unaddressed. What has changed, sadly, and it really pains me to say this, is the tone within the Murray Bateman community. Empathy and community spirit appear to have somewhat eroded, which is very, very sad to see, with tensions escalating to the point of repeated conflict and even New South Wales police involvement. that circumstance is deeply, deeply regrettable. Ultimately, our role as a consensus authority is to make decisions grounded in legislation and planning merit. In good conscience, I cannot support reversing a carefully considered decision in the absence of new material evidence. To do so would undermine the integrity and consistency of this chamber's decision-making, and we should all be very cognizant of that within the current political climate. For those reasons, I will not support Sunday trading hours, but I am prepared to support an amendment to the current consent that is consistent with a public holiday and Sundays are requested, which is also consistent with the amendment moved by Councillor Butler, but I cannot support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cherry. In relation to, if I could ask a question of the Director, in relation to not supporting the recommendation in the staff recommendation as presented in the business paper, what are the pathways in front of the Valley Council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might refer that to our governance officer in terms of the actual procedural elements, but in terms of modifying the recommended consent under the new framework, there would have to be planning grounds to do so. They would need to be carefully articulated and properly considered, and they would need to be grounded in strong planning frameworks.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is unless we can articulate in a motion for refusal, we are on not safe ground.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Sorry, just say that again, I didn't quite understand what you're saying.
So,
Surely that's hard to defend.
councillors, unless there are reasons for refusal, if this motion is not successful, what I'm understanding is that we would need to have carefully articulated reasons against it, and we would probably need staff support to produce those. And given the staff recommendation is to approve, that is a difficult position to put our staff in, is what I.
So it's difficult, but it's not impossible, and it might be necessary. Like I do not take that at all as an argument at all, but.
Thank you, Councillor Flattery. So I need to see if there's any further speakers for the motion. Another speaker against the motion, Councillor Carter.
Actually, I was fully in favour of this motion, although I do fully accept that would have been better to have seen something materially different. It was disappointing that in fact the report was unable to identify anything of material difference between the previous recommendation and the work that this group has provided in Chamber itself. Actually, what I am worried about is this particular second edition, which I haven't seen into this particular point, and I think it raises a slippery slope in two ways. And I just wanted to speak to two moments of that. The first of those is Monday the 8th of June is in fact the standing public holiday. It is the King's birthday. It was Councillor Butler suggested previously that it was because of a Monday holiday falling, etc. That's different from the 27th, it's a brand new holiday. And so I'm just a little bit concerned about this being a slippery slope where every time a Monday holiday falls, we're going to have to come back and have a consideration as to whether or not Dazzle Dance should operate. The second question I have is around second comment, I have is around the new Anzac Day public holiday itself. There's been quite a significant response from veterans regarding this particular holiday, quite concerned about it, and particularly their concern has been that it has the opportunity or the potential to really take away from the importance of the actual Anzac Day celebration itself. And now we're saying, on top of that, it's time to let the kids dance. I'm just worried about the message that sends in terms of what is quite, in many ways, one of the most founding days of both Australia and New Zealand as nations. And so I'm just concerned that we're supportive of that particular sense. It also does prevent people from taking a break as well. Yes, it is a brand new public holiday that we weren't necessarily expecting, but similar to what we've heard previously around certain days and conversations by Prime Ministers and Premiers, for example, they are also, this particular moment is supposed to be a day of reflection for sacrifice. And so I'm just concerned that we're raising some particular a slippery slope that leads to lots of conversations around future public holidays that happen to fall on Mondays during whatever term time we're referring to. So on that basis, I struggle to support this motion. I would like to have seen something materially different, and I encourage the staff particularly in your evaluation to do that when we're looking at these types of re-evaluations of items. And secondly, I'm particularly concerned about this shift towards public holiday recognition as well.
Councillor Carter, given your comment, are you proposing an amendment to remove the King's birthday option because it was the introduction, for us it was a very quick introduction of that Anzac Day holiday, and the schedule of dance schools and other programs of education can happen 12 months out. Are you proposing an amendment to remove the King's birthday from this motion on the table?
Well, I hadn't really considered that, to be honest. I've only just seen it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I'll let Councillor Cameron talk.
Councillor Cameron,
I'd like to
nobody
ask-
you have spoken, so please.
I will speak sooner or later. I'd like to ask the Director a question. I take your point that if the staff recommendation is knocked out, then we have to provide suitable reasons. Is that what you're saying? This is not the staff recommendation. So we don't have to provide reasons. Am I right? Maybe could ask the Governor, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is the question about the proposed, sorry, I just need to clarify, about the proposed resolution or reasons to not support the resolution?
No, this resolution is not the staff resolution anymore. It's been changed by the agreement of the mover. So if this is defeated, then it's not the staff recommendation that's been brought down. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I ask a question that maybe might solve some issues? Would it be possible, and I would be amenable to this, could we decouple the two and do Insertaum, and then that will solve that issue?
If I could have a procedural motion to address this current motion in Seritaeum, please. So moved Councillor Butler, seconded Councillor Rothwell. All those in favour? Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Cherry, Councillor Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell, Councillor Flannery. All those against? Councillor Kemp. That procedural motion has passed. So we'll now deal with the first part of the item, which is we can just bring that up again. The modified development consent be granted to operate within the following hours. So that's Monday to Friday, 9 AM to 9 PM, Saturday, 9 AM to 5 PM, Sunday, 10 AM to 4 PM, and we'll leave the public holiday section as item 2.
I don't agree that it should operate on a Sunday. I think we should retain it as it is.
That's the recommendation, so you may vote against that in the point that we're doing. I'll just slow down a pace and make sure I've got, and so I'm decoupling the public holidays from that table. Okay, thank you. Councillors, we have point 2 to put to the vote.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I close? Is that all right?
Aye.
Or can I not close? No,
so-
sorry, I just wanted to check.
Oh, shit.
I don't have anything to say, I just wanted to ask if I could close, which
She can.
Yeah.
All right, you can, go for it.
I have
Councillor.
nothing more to say.
I'm glad that we're doing this by the book.
It is a first.
It's your time, councillors, that's all I'm going to say. All right, so we'll now put this item to the vote.
Which item are we putting?
So we're putting to the vote the business trading hours, which include Monday to Friday, 9 AM to 9 PM, Saturday, 9 AM to 5 PM, Sunday, 10 AM to 4 PM. Public holidays, no operation. And that's the section that, hang on, hang on, because if we do that, then we've got an approval to, like, we're silent on public holidays after that. So, we actually need to deal with item 2 first. I believe, I'll just check with the director. So if we deal with the item 2 of the motion, does that work?
No.
I think so, yeah, it'll go that way.
I'll go that way, because that would deal with the law that is first. I'm just gonna seek some advice on the legality of approving the public holidays no operation and then decoupling to June 2nd. Does that work? Yeah.
In its entirety,
Yes,
is option 2 and then the second part to be amending the public holidays for this year
okay,
to be.
it can, it
So
can be
it's
done.
specifically for this year.
Okay, alright, thank you. We're moving forward with some confidence. Alright, councillors, let's do this. So the hours of operation and the days of operation for Monday to Friday, Saturday to Sunday, along with the public holidays, and then we'll deal with the exceptions for 2026 as the secondary point. So all those in favour of the days and operation of hours as presented? All those in favour? That's Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell. All those against? All those against are Councillors Cherry, Councillors Flannery and Cameron. The motion, part 1, is passed. And if we can just bring the motion involving the public holiday exceptions for 2026. And that is that Dazzle Dance Murray Bateman, located at 26 Roy Street, Murray Bateman, is permitted to operate 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on the Anzac Day public holiday, Monday 27th of April 2026, and the King's Birthday public holiday, Monday 8th of June 2026. Councillors, all those in favour? Councillor Butler, Councillor McGrath, Councillor Cherry, Councillor Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell. Those against the second point is Councillors Carter and Councillors Cameron. Part 2 of that motion is passed.
Against Councillor Flannery.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Flannery, beg your pardon. I'm looking into the sun on your side. Sorry, and the motion is passed. Is that clear? Yes, yeah, thank you. Okay, councillors, moving on to item 6.2, the review of the determination for 7 Hanley Place, Yass. The recommendation is for conditional development consent be issued for DA 250320 for 6 attached dwellings at lot 1 DP 11933827 Hanley Place. Do I have, oh sorry,
There was
plus
amended-
an amended, yes, can you put that back? And there is an additional condition which requires the community title subdivision to be registered prior to the issue of any occupation certificate. That is the motion presented now in the business papers. Do I have a mover? So moved from the floor. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Councillors, before us we have the opportunity to include in very close to the Yass CBD 6 attached dwellings that would be suitable for professionals with low maintenance areas that compacts our ability to put people next to our CBD or within our CBD area. Our current statistics show that 60% of our workforce goes out of the LGA every single day, and 49% of those go across the border into Canberra. Having professional homes that are available of quality that releases our 3 to 4 bedroom homes in Yass Valley for families, rather than forcing our professionals who could afford something more upmarket, releases other diversity of housing within Yass Valley. We currently have a deficit of over 10% of medium density housing within Yass Valley. The average of rural areas such as ourselves is around the 16% mark, as we discovered in our affordable housing investigation, along with us sitting at around the 4.9%. We've got a lot of work to do in this space to make sure that we can keep our professionals housed in the area that they work, and also attract people to our area to increase street traffic to our main street businesses. And I think this is a good opportunity to show what can be done on a difficult block that's been left vacant for over 14 years. Councillors, I commend the motion to you. I now allow the seconder, Councillor Burgess, to speak.
Madam Mayor, I think this would be pretty good, lot of buildings for young people to buy. They can't afford houses that are over $1 million, these ones will be about 850 or somewhere thereabouts. And I read that there's 4 against it and 15 for it. That's what I said.
Thank you, Councillor Burgess. Do I have a speaker against the motion?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, sorry.
Madam Mayor?
Councillor Alan McGrath and Councillor Cameron, with your grace, I'll give the opportunity for the question. Thank you.
One of the submissions we received opposing this application, Madam Mayor, was concern about tree planting or shrub planting, which I think it was 5 family place. If the shrubbery or the trees that were planted there, it would obscure their northern view. Can we include something in requiring suitable plantings that don't obscure the neighbour's view?
Can I just say, Councillor McGrath, that the Director is more than ready to answer that question, and you'll be pleased with the result.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the draft conditions of consent include a condition relating to landscape plans requiring a decrease in the height of plantings to 1.8 metres. That needs to be provided to council prior to approval being granted.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Cameron, you're speaking
Against.
against, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to try and be succinct and just make 3 particular points. A couple of them that I've already mentioned when this item was up earlier. Look, I originally walked the block, and it is a really strange block in a strange area in terms of the traffic and the one-way way that actually goes. When I walked the block, my initial concern was I just couldn't see how 6 buildings here would actually be reasonable. In fact, I would have thought that maybe 3 or 4. So I think somebody has, in one of their submissions, had put there was an over-intensification of the site. And that's, I believe, is the main problem with this particular suggestion, this particular DA. I think there's too much happening here on too small a block, and I think that's the major problem that I have. This is a similar proposal to what was originally submitted, but a change of classification may result in approval. But doesn't the name change meet the requirements of the legislation? And this comment was made by one of the people at the forum on Tuesday night. And I followed that up, and I have asked the Director that particular question, and he did say that everything is okay with that the change of name would allow it to go ahead. Looking at it carefully, I think a good lawyer, and we have a couple here, a good lawyer would have a lot of fun on both sides of that particular argument from my point of view. But on the bottom line, I still think the old saying, if you rename a pig, it's still a pig. And this is the problem that we have with here. We've played around with the terminology to the satisfaction of the person making the application, and that may so be it, but I still think there's lots of problems with it. The other thing that I'd mentioned previously was the traffic situation. It is a really odd, most unusual piece of roadway in the Yass Valley. A one-way street in a very, major, not a major area, but an area that has a number of houses. And there were a couple of comments there, and I think it was in the applicant's statement. The existing road network is capable of supporting the proposed development. Well, I think that's a big statement, and I'm not sure if it's true. The other thing is there was a comment there that public transport is available. Well, there's a public transport available once you walk down, a couple of k's down the street. It's easier walking downhill. Be a bit of a walk uphill for, say, retirees, etc. People elderly like my good self who need support on their knees. And finally, I think the volume of traffic generated is unlikely to exceed the capacity of the local arterial road network. The basic problem we've got here is that, you've got double garages and you're suggesting 6 buildings, so that could be 12 cars. And I think that is really taxing that particular area, particularly when you've got a difficult way in and out of the driveway. So I think we should vote this down.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Do I have a speaker for the motion?
Oh, that's a question.
Yes, you can, Councillor Carter.
So to the Director of Planning and the Environment, might you explain to me the legal difference between a multi-dwelling property, housing, and attached housing?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The difference is down to the form of subdivision that is associated with the development. So for the multi-dwelling housing option, that is a series of dwellings on one lot. So an overarching strata plan would be one lot with individual units contained within that. The proposed development has now moved to a community title subdivision. That then creates individual lots for each individual dwelling, with the rest of the land allocated as a community area. So that then creates the key triggering point for attached dwelling, which is each of the dwellings is on its own lot of land. So because they have that lot created, they are no longer a multi-dwelling housing, which is housing on one lot. They become attached dwellings, meaning houses each with their own lot.
Thank you. Might I ask a follow-up question, if that's okay? There was an original easement on this property when the land title was granted, so as part of the original development DP at that particular point in time. Has the council sought legal advice as to the implications of what this does, which is to effectively erase that particular easement?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the review that was undertaken was based on the change to the definition, because that was a material difference that was presented as part of this. The easement matter was considered during the initial assessment of the development, and it was not raised as a significant concern at that point in time.
So,
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Do we have any speakers for the motion now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will speak for the motion.
Councillor Barker.
I spoke against this motion when it was before council last time, and I did reflect upon the reasons as to why I rejected this motion, and I would like to take full accountability for that on my reflection. I feel I was very clouded at the time in ensuring that affordable housing was made to the residents of Yass Valley, and I still 100% support that. And in hindsight, this development, this application was never about that specifically. It was more about housing diversity. And so, upon reflection and speaking to members of the community, especially in Murray-Bateman where I live, we have a lot of older people who have 5-acre properties who will sell them for in the millions, and they want to live in Yass, but they want to live in a small, nice, purpose-built, modern area. And this, I believe, is what Hamley Place does offer at this point in time. I wanted to ensure that I did my due diligence in looking really factually at it, because I do understand some of the issues that were raised in the submissions, and so I did counsel very hard on this one. And I just wanted to clarify as I speak, just so my understanding is actually correct. And so I'll speak, and if Director Andrew Neil could maybe add in anything at the end if I've got it incorrect. So the original Riverview Estate predates the 2013 LEP, and it had a council directed covenant, was 7 metres to the ceiling and 10.5 metres to the ridge line. All the Hanley Place dwellings are 2 storeys. As Hanley Place needs to be considered under the 2013 LEP, which stipulates a height to the ridge line of 8.5 metres. When considering variations to the LEP with DAs, it is my understanding that the LEP takes precedence over Yass Valley Council's DCP, and the DCP takes precedence over any covenant. So Hanley Place has asked for a variation on 3 small portions of 3 units to a ridgeline height of 9.5 metres. And the reasons behind this is so that it can be constructed without significantly digging down into the site. It's not so that they can gain better views or access or anything like that. When I looked at the photo of exactly where those portions are going to bring it to 9.5, it does appear incredibly small, 3 very, very small areas of the 3 end units. Am I correct in what I've said?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so I won't go on any more about this, but I do support it. I wholeheartedly want to see affordable housing in Yass. I want to see units and houses that are $450,000, $500,000. We need to support our young families moving in. They cannot afford $1.2 million. They just can't. But this is not what this DA is asking, and so I need to just look at it factually and for what it is, and it does create diverse housing, which is also what we need in Yass Valley.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Do I have any further speakers for this motion? Councillor Flannery. Sorry?
For or against, sorry.
Speaking against the motion now, or?
Yeah.
Sorry. You might cover off my point, all right.
I like it. Thank you very much for the insight. Look, I want to congratulate the applicant on finding a legal way to find the pathway to get this through. Congratulations, you've obviously found a lawyer who will do it for you, that's excellent. I'm just really worried actually about the nature of the submissions that were received here. And I think it sets quite a significant precedent for council, and I do think the question that was raised by a number of councillors who actually received those unredacted. A couple of things I think are just worth mentioning in this particular chamber at this moment. First of all, quite a number of them do originate from outside of Yass Valley. And what's really interesting about that is that if we look at bigger and more significant planning decisions across the state, actually where they come from actually matters. And so local and close matters more than outside. And what I do worry about is that we get a presentation here which suggests lots of people are for it, only a few are against it, but in fact there's been lots against this for a long time. And to some degree that the impact of an approach to a review is that it ignores the voices of those previous. And I can go out there and I can walk down Yass Valley Main Street today and say, do you get the difference between multi-dwelling housing and attached housing? And the short answer is not a single person will understand that difference. And on that basis, they wouldn't have realised that this is being reconsidered and their previous submissions, in essence, were not being recognised in that sense. The second question I'm concerned about in those submissions is that a lot of them are almost word-for-word submissions. Someone has crafted it for them, given it to them and asked them to submit it because they just look exactly the same. And that's worrying as a precedent for us in terms of the way that we count this information. Quite often in our submissions we get a very simple number for and number against, but what actually matters is what they're saying, and in that sense I do also commend the arguments that are presented here again today, which have shifted away from a need for this was potentially bring low-income housing to Yass, to we need housing density to open up others. Again, it's good arguments to points, but the point, of course, is that we do really need low-income housing in Yass. It's an incredibly expensive town now, as is the whole valley now, for individuals to live in. And so, in that sense, I'm worried about a couple of the particular precedents this sets for us. The nature of how we take into consideration those that present submissions in favour of us, and of course, this is LEP compliant in the way that it's presented. But it is, in that sense, a minor variation from a plan that's been opposed by multiple people for a long time now. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Carter. Do I have any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Rothwell.
Right, we're elected to do what's right and fair and follow the law. So this development complies with the law. We all like Sue and would like to do what's right by her. I think this potentially will be the right thing for that house, maybe increase the value. But we need to follow the law, and this is acceptable by the law. So let's get it built.
Thank you, councillor Rothwell. Do I have any further speakers against the motion? Councillor Flannery.
Thank you. When I was younger, I watched a show called Behind the News. And in Behind the News, they gave you two sides of the story. And so one was, and I'm just borrowing your words, Madam Mayor, that it's close to the CBD, you know, it has great views and a few other things. The other aspect of that is there's people around it, it's really steep, there's no public transport. It's not about providing affordable housing or housing diversity, which has been raised. It's specifically about the location of this development, and that's why I'm against it. Because the residents in that area, and many of them have contacted me saying we didn't realise that we had to resubmit and re-say no, so just echoing what Councillor Carter has said. And also as Councillor Burgess said, we had 15 people that supported it, most of whom that didn't live there. So it'd be great if I supported something in Queensland or something like that. Like we need to be a bit sort of more mature in the way we assess those submissions. But the point is, people that bought into that area were sold from the developer, who's the proponent for this, a view of their lifestyle and their views, and that is now being challenged. So the developer of the original estate, who is the current proponent, has now changed his view as to what he wants, and that has greatly affected, or that potentially will greatly affect some of the residents there. Councillor Rothwell, I just want to ask one question about legality, and I'm just going to read some notes.
Text.
Notes. Which you can call them text if you want. So perhaps Councillor, the Director of Infrastructure may need to answer this. Is Council confident that the proposed design satisfies the development covenants, which are restrictions on the title? And one specifically relates to building heights, and I know we've had, floor to ceiling, ceiling to roof, and all of these things, which are reasonably confusing. But I guess the question that I have is, if we approve a non-compliant development, and I think if we very carefully look at some of the elevations of Unit 1A, where we have an RL of 513.68 against a roof level RL of 521, which is 521, which is over an 8 metre, so above the 7 metre height. Are we absolutely sure, if we approve this, that they are legal? Have we been through it with a tight fine-tooth comb? Because we haven't been through the submissions with a fine-tooth comb of who said yes and who said no. So that's one point. Have we looked at case law where councils have approved a development where views have been obstructed, and then the people who have their view obstructed have taken the council to court? Are we prepared to come up with that? Because if I was living in that area and my view was obstructed and my house was devalued and my amenity was devalued, I'd be hot on the case of saying there is clear law in these circumstances where people's views have been obstructed and the council has been charged and found wanting. So I think, yes, let's have housing diversity, let's have housing affordability, let's be sure that it's the right place for it. I don't think it is. Let's be sure that people's amenity isn't affected, and it is. And let's be sure we're working within the law, and I don't think we are. So that's why I'm not supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery, and I'll just pass to our Director if he wants to answer any of those questions.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, the first point regarding the heights, the LEP is the key document for heights. The covenants predate the LEP, and under the way in which planning legislation is implemented and imposed, the LEP is a key governing document in that space. So the LEP then allows for variations to be granted to certain controls under clause 4.6. Now, under clause 4.6, it's important to note that a number of dwellings along Hanley Place that are 2 stories in nature, particularly on this side of the street, have had clause 4.6 variations approved in recognition of the sloping nature of the site. So there has been previous 4.6 variations approved in this locality, recognising that context. The second point regarding the principles of view sharing, there is a very key planning principle established under Tenacity Consulting. That sets out the 4 considerations of view sharing. That is the core component of planning principles in this space. So planning principles are essentially where the Land and Environment Court sets out the key governing factors that need to be considered as part of this, which overrides generally any pre-existing case law that may apply. In this case, the principles of Tenacity Consulting have been applied to this application, and because of the nature of the views that are lost, the minor variation to the height standards, the permissibility of the development, it is assessed that the principles of tenacity apply, therefore the loss of views is acceptable given the planning legislation.
May I ask some questions? Sorry.
Councillor Flannery, I'll ask you to keep it succinct, but yes, in the
I will do
interest
my
of the
best to
debate.
keep myself
Thank you.
succinct. So thank you for the reminder about being succinct. So I understand that.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Flannery,
Sorry,
I
I
need you to
understand,
stand.
that's
Thank
right,
you.
sorry about that. So my 3 questions are, can council confirm whether the assessment has considered the 7-metre covenant height limit, which you said you've had? You've also said that views are obstructed, then you said they're minorly obstructed, but we still will stay with they're obstructed, so I'd just like my fellow councillors to remember the views are obstructed. And whether you think that's minor or major is up to you, the views are obstructed. Whether clause 1.9a of the LEP is relied on to suspend it, and if so, why the exemption for council imposed restrictions doesn't apply, and how clause 4.6 variation to the LEP standard addresses a registered restriction on title, which is a separate instrument. They're my 3 questions.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery.
Were they succinct?
I think they were.
Thank you.
I'll just ask if the Director is prepared to give an answer in this forum to that.
But he needs to answer because we need to vote on.
Councillor, he's always has the opportunity to take any question on notice. Thank you.
Sorry, but am I asking a question of legality?
Councillor Flannery, let's give an opportunity for the Director to respond.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just confirming that there were the 3 questions, if they could just be phrased as questions so I know exactly what I'm answering, just so I provide the right information to all councillors.
Right, why don't we deal with this one at a time?
Yeah, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Flannery. The
Do
first
I need
one.
to stand or sit?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, can the council confirm, 1, whether the assessment has considered the 7-metre covenant height limit? 2, whether clause 1...
let's just deal with this.
Yeah,
Sorry, you were nodding.
Yes, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay, so in one of the sections where it shows there's 8 metres, we consider it in one of the cross sections. I'll just find the actual one. 1A, is council satisfied that 1A ceilings and natural ground meets this requirements, because in the RLs that are on that document, they don't.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as was demonstrated in the original clause 0.6 variation to the original DA, that was significantly prosecuted by the applicant. Council staff supported the variation to the height requirements, noting that the variation requested was to the LEP, as the LEP is a primary instrument in this space.
Okay, so point 2, whether clause 1.9A of the LEP is relied on to suspend it, and if so, why the exemption for council imposed restrictions doesn't apply. So I think just verbatim, you've just said that the council staff overruled it, but the council imposed restrictions, because Councillor Rothwell always says that councillors should make the decisions, not council staff.
I wasn't listening.
I'm sure that's what you said. I'm sure that was on your voting card.
Through you, Madam Mayor, through you, Madam Mayor, clause 1.9A of the LEP, subsection 1 is very clear in this space. For a development to be carried out that is permissible in the zone, which this development is, a covenant or other similar instrument that restricts the carrying out of that development does not apply to the extent necessary to serve that purpose. Now, it is noted that this clause does not apply to a number of separate covenants, agreements and instruments. None of those covenants, agreements or instruments are applicable to this development.
Okay, so to question 3, how clause 4.6 variation to the LEP standard addresses a registered restriction on title, which is a separate instrument.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my previous answer regarding 1.9A, regarding the suspension of covenants to allow development, applies in that situation too.
Okay, so just to paraphrase, that was where council staff overruled a council imposed restriction. Is that what you were saying before?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the covenant was applied by the court, not by council. The covenant was applied by the Director of Planning through the then current Director of Planning to a Land and Environment Court approved subdivision as a result of the 2013 LEP not being in place. Therefore, there were no height restrictions applicable to the subject site at that point in time. Now the application has to be assessed under the 2013 LEP. Therefore, covenants do not apply under clause 1.9A of the Yass Valley Local Environmental Plan.
So it's quite confusing.
Planning legislation is very confusing.
But we know the views are restricted.
Okay, Councillor Flannery, I think we've been quite accommodating in that space.
Well, that's a question out of that discussion.
Councillor Carter,
I'll make it work.
make it work.
I'm delighted that you raised tenacity. I was hoping we'd have a conversation about that. So clause, well, step 4 is what we're talking about, is reasonableness question, right? You share it. We've heard it, we could dig down. So could you explain why the total inclusion of a view, when we could have dug down, is reasonable within the estimation of the planners in the SL? Thanks very much.
I applaud that succinctness. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the question of reasonableness is really fundamental to this discussion.
Cool.
So, is it reasonable for a development that is permissible and compliant to be required to do extensive works that may make the development non-feasible to protect a view that is a view that is not protected by law? It is not of a significant item, it is only a partial obstruction. All of those factors that sit within tenacity need to be considered as part of that broader overall consideration within the legislation. Given that the actual loss of views isn't a full loss of view, it is a partial loss of view, as you rightly say, it is considered reasonable to allow a development to occur under tenacity with that level of view loss.
Thank you, Councillor Carter.
Through you, Madam, can I ask a question? Everybody else has been given a big opportunity. I'll make it very quick.
Councillor
I just want to confirm with the covenant, because I spoke on this before, my understanding was it was 7 metres to the ceiling, but 10.5 metres to the ridge line. So in fact, the covenant is 10.5 and they're asking for 9.5. So 9.5 is actually still even under the covenant. Is that correct? We're just getting confused on this 7 and 10.5. I just want to clarify. Is it 7 to the ridge line or 10.5 to the ridge line?
Thank you,
Sorry.
councillor Butler.
Through you, Madam Mayor, sorry, I just need to flick across to my other note.
Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. It is 7 metres to the ceiling on the topmost
Thank
story
you.
and 10.5 metres to the ridgeline. The covenant is actually more generous than the LEP controls.
Thank you, councillor Butler. Do we have any further speakers for or against? Councillor McGrath,
Madam Mayor, thank you.
speaking against or for?
I'm speaking against. Look, this review comes back and it's substantially the same as what we talked about previously. It's on a very tight street, limited frontage. It was suggested that it would be ideal for retirees or people that want to downsize. Well, I'll tell you what, I would like to cut it in from the bottom unit to the street frontage. Certainly it will suit professional people. The proposal has a hell of a lot to commend it. My single objection, or most substantive objection, is to the number of units on the block. If it was 5 units, I would have no problem supporting it. It's a good quality development, and it would serve fill a need. But I think it's far too crowded, considering that it's on a one-way street, difficult access and difficult in terms of entering the site and difficult in terms of getting off the site. And possibly 12 vehicles a day, you might have 30 movements a day, twice a day, who knows. So I just wanted to make it a lesser number, and I will support it.
Sorry, I didn't hear your last comments.
The lesser number of units, and I would support it.
Thank you, councillor McGrath. Do we have any further speakers for or against? I think we may have exhausted. I'm sorry, councillor Flannery, we've given you a lot of opportunity to ask the questions. I'd like to close now. My closing statement would be, we are a council that needs to get things done. We are a council in financial constraints in which we have had the Office of Local Government come to our meeting in December 2024 and say, pull all the levers. We need to be conscious of our decisions and where they take us. We need to be sure that we are providing sound reasons to not accept recommendations of council officers in the planning space particularly. I would like to note that lobbying standard letters are very common practice, whether it be to the state government, the federal government, or to local government. Many community groups and individuals share texts with their friends or with community members to share, to say, if you think this is a good idea and you feel like you'd like to support it, do this or send this. You don't need to spend time thinking about it. We see the same thing when it comes in for things like the turbines. There are many scheduled things that we receive from submissions that follow a particular text. And I'm not concerned that people would share with their friends and neighbours particular ideas in support of or against a project. I don't think that's a reason to discount submissions. In terms of where this type of development sits in the housing affordable puzzle that we are facing here in Yass Valley, because we are facing it. When we hire professional staff to come to council, we're no different from any other organisation, but as the area's largest employer, we face this issue of where will they live? And they're working very hard for us and they need to find something that's suitable for a professional. If they take the 3-bedroom homes and can afford to take them, and other organisations do the same, and they have to hire professional staff to come and work in Yass Valley. If they take those 3-bedroom homes with the large lots that are more suitable to families, with the school-aged children, etc., then we're missing a greater part of the puzzle than other areas that have got that medium density homes available to them. As I suggested with our housing affordability investigation paper, we identified that we are at 4.9%, and this was back in 2020, 4.9% of what other areas are at with medium density housing units at around 16%. I imagine that gap has now widened. We know that with approvals such as the Moreton Avenue community title, we have done community title before, we're very familiar with that in Yass Valley. They were sold off the plan rapidly, so there is a demand, and if we want to fix that affordable housing puzzle, we need to look at these Housing Australia Fund and where we might consider looking at opportunities there, or we look at this kind of development to fill the gap in the meantime. So councillors, I commend this motion to you. Councillors will now vote on this. All those in favour of the review of determination to provide conditional consent for 7 Hanley Place, raise your hands. So Councillor Butler, Councillor Jones, Councillor Burgess, Councillor Rothwell. All those against? Councillor McGrath, Councillor Carter, Councillor Cherry, Councillor Flannery, Councillor Cameron. The motion is lost.
We need to provide reasons.
It's just lapsed.
Councillors, item 6.3, development consent for Discovery Drive residential subdivision, stage 3, 63 Discovery Drive. We have a recommendation before us to provide development consent to the modified stage 3 subdivision at 63 Discovery Drive, Yass, subject to modified conditions which include for a footpath to be constructed to Hughes Street. Do I have a mover for that motion? So moved, Councillor Carter.
I'll second.
Seconded, Councillor Butler. Councillor Carter, you have the floor. Sorry? Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to the?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. We have been doing a bit of back and forth in the classification of this land, and it moved from community land to operational land. As a point of clarification in regards to the intent of this stage 3, I just wanted to clarify with the Director for Environment Planning, irrespective of if it was community or operational, was the intent to build houses in stage 3 always visible to anybody that had a conveyancing lawyer moving into the area? Could they have done their due diligence and found that there was going to be at some point in time potentially houses built on stage 3, irrespective if it was community or operational land?
Thank you, Councillor Butler.
Through you, Madam Mayor. In short, there was an approval granted for a 3-stage subdivision on this site, which was in 2003. That significantly predated Council's acquisition of the stage 3 land in 2014. So there has been an approved subdivision identifying lots in this location since the original approval was issued.
Thank you.
Do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Cameron.
I'll speak briefly against it. I'll try and be succinct. You can time me if you like.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. In 2022, as a relatively new councillor, I voted against the move to change from community to operational, on the grounds that the area did not appear to have any reserves and suggested it could become a nature reserve or a bushland area or whatever, that I thought there could be other things for the community that could be developed there. Having a look through the papers, it seems to me that things change, but the original work in 2004 suggested that there would be 3 reserves in this Discovery Drive development, 3 reserves. But I believe that there is none at the moment, and none is intended into the future. I feel that the Discovery Drive residents have been shortchanged, and in part, as part of the explanation, the money that was supposed to go to, possibly to these 3 reserves, went into sort of consolidated revenue and was used elsewhere. So that's why I'll vote against this motion.
Thank you, councillor Cameron. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Do I have any further speakers against the motion? Councillor Flannery.
I just have some questions, and I'm kind of neutral at the moment. I understand that this was a three-phase subdivision. So this was previously approved, the developer went bust, this was the remnants, council boarded it for chips and sat on it. That's basically it. And so within this room, there's 3 councillors who were probably present during that time, nothing really happened. That's the kind of history of it. So I guess people that live there perhaps thought something might happen. But my question is around, and this is a previous decision, around community title land to operational. I understood that was very difficult to do because council owns a lot of community land. So are there mechanisms for doing that? I know that it's not specifically related to this, but I just wanted to explore that a little bit.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will try to be brief because planning legislation is a mastermind sort of level subject for me. There is a really clear process for reclassification of land generally from community to operational. It's through a planning proposal mechanism, so it is actually similar to the formal rezoning of land because it is changing the definition within the local environmental plan as to how that land is treated. So the process involves the preparation of a planning proposal that sets out the merits of the case, then that gets sent off to the Department of Planning for a gateway determination. It comes back for additional comments, reviews, consultation. The key additional element in here for a reclassification is that there is also the need for a public hearing to be held. So that allows the public to come to speak to that item, to give their thoughts and their feedback. That is chaired by an independent person who then goes away and prepares a report based on all the relevant information. So the process of doing a reclassification isn't impossible, but there is a very clear legislative pathway to do so.
So we've already done that part.
Correct,
We've gone
yes.
down that road, we've consulted.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, councillor Flannery. Do I have any further speakers for this motion? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Butler, McGrath, Carter, Cherry, sorry, I beg your pardon, Carter, Jones, Burgess, Rothwell, Flannery. All those against? Councillors Cherry and Councillor Cameron. The motion is passed. Councillors, moving on to the draft Pathway Development Control Plan 2026. We have a recommendation before us that the draft Pathway Development Control Plan be placed on public exhibition for a period of 28 days. Do I have a mover? So moved. Councillor Cameron, Councillor Cherry. Councillor Cameron, you have the floor.
No thanks.
Councillor Cherry. I'll just use this opportunity to ask the Director about next steps, how the community will be consulted in that, and the importance of this piece of work.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thanks for that. This essentially will allow the development control plan for the Parkwood precinct to go on public exhibition and allow the public to have their voice and have their say in how this important development precinct will be considered within the Yass Valley Council legislative and policy framework. So it'll be an exhibition for 28 days through the Have Your Say website, which will allow the public to review the documentation and make comment where they feel that their voices need to be heard, essentially. It's important to note that there's 3 landholders in this precinct, and council staff have already undertaken extensive consultation with the joint venture who was leading the development, but we've also met with the other landowners, the 2 other landowners in this area to make sure that they are supportive of the DCP prior to it going on public exhibition. We've had very positive conversations with them and they've indicated their support. This is a really important next step for Parkwood. We need, as a council, as assessing officers in particular, a development control plan to be in place so we can assess any future application that comes in. So we can properly apply the standards appropriate to this development to make sure it's a seamless cross-border experience. We've worked extensively to prepare a DCP that really demonstrates that and works with the ACT controls where there is those important cross-border conversations, which is why we're seeking to go on public exhibition. Once we receive those comments back, we will prepare an additional report to Council detailing the outcome of the submissions.
Thank you to the Director. If I could ask a follow-up question, and feel free to take this on notice because I just thought of it as we speak. Does the funding then continue for that position within Council that has been engaged to do the DCP while ever that's happening?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there is a agreement to provide support for Council to do a broad range of work within this, and that will also contribute towards the preparation of any contribution plan, voluntary planning agreement that sits within this space.
Now that we have the DCP, how soon could Yass Valley Council receive its first development application?
There is a lot of water that needs to go under the bridge for that to occur. The most recent timeframe I've been given in this space is around the 2031-2032 space. Obviously there are other development fronts that are occurring within ACT that need to roll out. If there's a take-up of them in a quicker timeframe, it might be sooner. If it takes a bit longer, it might be a little bit longer.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any further speakers for this motion? Against? I'll just allow the mover to, no, okay, we're all good. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6.5, the planning proposal for 1600 Yass Valley Way, Yass. We have a recommendation before us to endorse the planning proposal, to forward the draft to the Minister for Planning to request a gateway determination pursuant to section 3.34 of the Environmental Plan Assessment Act 1979. Do I have a mover for that? So moved. Councillor McGrath, seconded Councillor Chowry. Any speakers for or against?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Flannery.
When do we decide if something is subject to gateway determination, or what are the thresholds? Or when do we decide to manage our own land and make decisions about our own land? I'm just interested because I don't know the process.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Assuming I'll take this
Yes,
one.
it's all yours.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Whenever there is a planning proposal lodged with Council, once we have undertaken a adequacy assessment to make sure that there's enough information, there is a demonstrated strategic merit, the next step is to request a resolution of Council to send the planning proposal for a gateway determination to the Department of Planning. As it is amending an LEP, which is a environmental planning instrument which is made by Parliament, there is the involvement of the state government in that process. So for every planning proposal we get, we require it to be sent to the Department of Planning for a gateway determination prior to us undertaking consultation and public exhibition. Post gateway determination, we can either request to have the authority to prepare the local environmental plan or request that the Department of Planning prepares a local environmental plan. That isn't us removing our responsibility, that's just more of an administrative process in terms of who prepares the mapping and makes a final determination and things like that.
Councillors, do we have any further speakers for or against the motion? Let's put that, oh sorry, and
I have another
a
question.
seconder, allow the mover to close the debate, but I see Councillor Flannery is on her feet. If it's instrumental to your decision, absolutely.
It is. So I know we have a lot of questions, I'm through Madam Mayor, to the Director of Planning. I know we have a lot of questions about LEPs and whether something contravenes an LEP or whether it be changed. Do you feel that this proposal is consistent with how the land, the future land use or what an LEP might consider Or is that all up to the state to decide? I'm just interested as to how the process works. So do we have a view on whether we think this is acceptable or not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we quite often do refuse to accept planning proposals where they do not have strategic merit.
Okay.
In this particular instance, this is to create an anomaly within our own LEP.
Right,
Which
okay.
means that our previously approved rezoning to allow for large light rural residential development on the north of the Hume Highway is unable to occur because the land to the south of the Hume Highway, which is a separate zone, cannot be separated as it will be under the minimum lot size. So this is essentially a procedural planning proposal to allow previously approved planning proposal to proceed.
That's what I didn't quite understand with it, yeah, thank you.
Councillor McGrath, would you like to close the debate? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6.6, the planning proposal for 91 Guy Street, Sutton. We have a recommendation for us, councillors, to endorse the planning proposal. I see that there's also a point 2 to forward the draft planning proposal to the Minister for the gateway determination. Do I have a mover? Councillor, so moved from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Roswell. Councillors, I'll reserve my right to speak to the end. Do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Again, I'll be brief. Succinct. Thank you. I remember in my previous term on council, there was a councillor who made the point about gateway determinations that it's just a gateway. We're just taking one step at a time, and this is an initial part of the process. However, sometimes I think of farming, which is not something I usually think about, but sometimes I think about farming, and you know that once you start going on people's property, they talk about making sure you close the gate. And I think sometimes we start going down a particular process and maybe we don't really want to go there. And I think this could be the case where we should be considering that we should lock the gate at this stage. And I say that because I think there's two things that I'd like to mention. The first is, I don't think the local community has been brought on board in regard to this reasonably massive development. And there has been development there occurring around Sutton, and there are pockets of 60 and 17 and about 50 in different spots. But this is another leap upwards to 190 blocks. So I don't think we've really brought the local community with us at this stage, the Sutton Village, and I think there have been opportunities to do that when we've had meetings of the Sutton Community Association. And I think this should have been brought up at those stages, even if it had been basically said this is initial stuff, etc. So the other point I'd like to mention is the sewage problem on this particular thing. Talking to someone recently, talking about 190 lots with their own individual sewage situation in place, they thought that this would be quite unprecedented. And I would think the same. And I think the sewage issue is a really big issue because we have McLaughlin's Creek down the bottom of the area. It flows into the Yass River ultimately, and the Yass River, as we know, goes into the dam. Although we may want more water in the dam, I don't think we want this type of water. So I think, for a number of reasons, I think we should delay this by voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Do I have a speaker for the motion?
Yeah.
Councillor Butler.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Councillor.
Because we're only considering this to go to gateway determination at the moment, we're not considering the DA as it is. Is it usual practice that community consultation and bringing the community along for the journey would occur at this stage to go to gateway determination? I just only ask because I imagine if we did that now, lots and lots of questions would come about which wouldn't be able to be answered because we're not at the DA assessing stage.
Thank you, councillor Butler.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the process for the proceedings of a planning proposal are very clearly set out, and there is a requirement that consultation occurs post a gateway determination being lodged. That is to allow for the full and adequate merit assessment of the strategic merit of a rezoning to be established, and then the consultation occurs after that point in time. As I mentioned now in the previous topic, we quite often get planning proposals come in that do not reach this stage. So there's no mechanism and no need under the legislation to go down the path of consultation before a gateway determination is achieved.
Thank you, councillor Butler and the director. Do I have a speaker for the motion? Do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the question by Councillor Butler and the response by Director Neal. Really sets the stage for the comments that I'd like to make. And at the risk of being labelled potentially as offensive, I'd just like to make a couple of points that are consistent with an objection to the current motion. Madam Mayor, I acknowledge that the land, the subject of this planning proposal, and it is important to differentiate, it is a planning proposal, not a development application, has been identified in our settlement strategy as an area capable of accommodating growth. I also accept that Sutton, like many of our villages, will continue to evolve over time. However, I'm conscious that Council is currently in the process of reviewing its broader growth management strategy. In that context, I do feel we are being asked to endorse a proposal of considerable scale without yet having a full, refreshed understanding of the cumulative and long-term implications across our LGA. The level of development in this location may well be anticipated by the community, but the scale and pace proposed here appear to exceed what many residents would reasonably expect from what has historically been framed as measured, proportionate and appropriate growth. That does not mean growth should not occur. It does mean sequencing matters. I also want to acknowledge the proponent that he has a long history engagement with the Yass Valley Council and has previously delivered outcomes that reflect careful integration with our rural character. That record is very important to me. It demonstrates that development and community interests do not have to be in conflict. For that reason, I will strongly and respectfully encourage the proponent and his team to continue engaging constructively with the Sutton community and to carefully consider the value proposition to those residents who will most be directly impacted. The proposal does have strategic merit, I don't deny that at all. But strategic merit must be matched by proportion, sensitivity and genuine community alignment. Those are the standards that our residents expect, and I support this expectation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Charrier. Councillor Flannery, are you speaking for or against?
Against. I just draw everyone's attention to the Sutton Chatter, August 2025. And I'm just going to read from that because I think it's a really important point. As readers would be aware, the Sutton and District Community Association went through a consultative process over several months during 2024 to develop a Sutton and District Master Plan which outlined our community's vision for the future of our area. The plan outlines the community's views that we need to ensure thoughtful development planning that protects environmental values and respects the reasons why families have already chosen to live in the semi-rural area. It goes on, and so the next paragraph is, we have sought a meeting with councillors and senior council officers to present our plan in the hope that council will endorse our community's position. At the time of writing, a date for such a meeting has not been set by council. So that's my first question, have we met with them? Furthermore, one of the greatest inhibitors to our future intensive development, as being pursued by some, is the lack of water. The Yass Valley Settlement Strategy 2036 clearly states that development in Sutton and Gundaroo is highly constrained due to the lack of a secure water supply and adequate sewage treatment. It goes on to say that it is not recommended that water supply from the ACT infrastructure be sought for areas to the northeast of Canberra, including Sutton, Gundaroo and Mulligan's Flat. So we have our own planning documents, a community process that doesn't support this development. It notes that there's 150 blocks that they want to develop, that they accept may be developed in the near while. But all the areas around Sutton are being grabbed by developers, and I feel that we should respect the community's views. They went through a process, they were open, they were transparent. I just want to add one more little paragraph in there if time permits. It says on page 3, Yass Dam. Thanks to recent rains, Yass Dam is at full capacity and spilling with enough water stored to supply Yass, Murray Bateman Village, Bynelaw and Balney for 8 months. So August to now is 6 months. So we are constrained in all areas by water and how we manage our natural assets. Although the proposition is for a gateway determination, it's kind of saying open the gate, and the community has said no and our environment has said no.
Councillors, I will seek some response from the Director of Planning to the issues raised by Councillor Flanagan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in answering your first question, myself and our CEO, Galen Burley, met with the Sutton Community Association towards the end of last year. I can't give you the exact date off the top of my head, but we did meet with them too, and this planning proposal was a topic of conversation there, so I can confirm that. In regards to the question about water, on page 46 of the council agenda, it is stated that there is no reticulated water or sewer services available to site, and that the minimum lot size has been set to 5,000 square metres to allow for A, the on-site effluent disposal, but B, on-site water capture. So it is intended that this is not to be connected to town water, it is to be supplied by on-site capture of rainwater.
May I ask a question? So,
Councillor Flannery.
you know, when I did physics, matter was never created nor destroyed. So when the rain comes down, it goes into either a tank, if it's captured, or it goes into our water, our wells, our bores, our rivers. It's not an additionality. Like by someone having a tank, it stops going into some of the natural environment. And this constant spreading out of and diminishing our rural land is something that I really don't, I really think we need to be very mindful of in terms of just constantly allowing sprawling development in these areas. So that's why I don't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. That sounded more like a statement towards the end there, but we'll accept that that was.
Well, I guess my question is.
Sorry, Councillor Flannery, no, really no.
Good try.
Councillors, do I have a speaker for?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will speak in support of this recommendation. I'd like to do due diligence and put this forward to a gateway determination. I think at this point in time, we don't know what we don't know, and if we don't proceed to this gateway determination, the community will potentially not even have an opportunity to have a say on it. I truly don't think that, I understand the need to review the settlement strategy, however I don't think that it's fundamental in line with this development. I'd just also like to comment on Councillor Flannery's comments about the Community Association's comments. And I mean this with all due respect. In my experience, that is the Community Association's viewpoint. It doesn't often reflect the entire community's viewpoint. So I just want to stress that. I do, thank you. I do, recommend that we support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Burgess.
I'll be supporting this, it's only going to the gateway, and as Councillor Butler said, not everybody in the community might like it, but a lot of people will like it. That place is covered in bloody weeds, there's blackberries, briars and serrated tussock. There's been no stock on it for years, since Frank Pickett was there with stock, and soon there's something done with it, the better.
Is that the part they have?
Thank you, Councillor Burgess, and just refrain from commenting now, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Carter speaking for or against?
It's just a question, Madam Mayor, if I may. I suppose just a quick clarification, and partly I think for those watching online as well. The implication of a gateway determination, if positively determined, is not that this means it goes ahead, but rather that it goes out for public exhibition, for comment, etc., and it still allows council to make a decision at a particular point in time as to whether or not this is appropriate with certain conditions as well. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. It's to commence the process of agency consultation, public exhibition and consultation.
Thank you.
Following up on that question, if I could ask one, in the request from some councillors to delay this till the settlement strategy review, in terms of the timeline of when the settlement strategy will be reviewed out for consultation and back as a document we can use, what does that look compared with, what a developer would accept as a reasonable delay for us to get our house in order?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. The settlement strategy is seeking a request for quotation imminently. Realistically, it will be a 12 to 18 month process for that document to be fully reviewed, placed on exhibition, consulted with key stakeholders, brought to council for a number of discussions throughout that process to get it to a final state.
And in the document which suggests that it could potentially be 195 lots, is that set in stone as possible, or is that the maximum that could be allowed?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. That is the amount that is based on a 5,000 square metre minimum lot size, which in conjunction with the areas of land that have been identified for conservation purposes that are to be developed. So that is the area of land that has been identified as being maximum potential under that zone.
Thank you, Director. Do I have any further speakers against the motion?
Can I ask this one further question? Sorry, and it's actually like a water question, which was, I thought, really well made. I hadn't thought of it myself. So it's probably actually to the Director of Infrastructure and Assets. Have we modelled the impact of 190,000, it's more than 190 properties, say with 25,000 litre tanks, that's like 5.7 million litres, I think, roughly 57 million litres. So we thought of the impact on our water supply out of that.
Through Madam Mayor, no, I haven't done any assessments on that as part of this development application, but
Okay.
You'll be consultated.
yeah, it'll be part of the consultation process we'll work through.
Thank you.
Do I have any further speakers for or against? All right, councillors, I will close quickly. Noting that the settlement strategy is potentially 18 months away, I believe a delay at this point in time would be very unreasonable for a gateway determination. I think we hear loud and clear from the community that once we are at a development application stage, they want full consultation. I note that if we do delay and this was determined by another authority, then we could potentially lose what has been offered up in the voluntary planning agreement, which includes the improvement of the causeway, which is a significant issue that we've heard from the Community Association lobbying us for decades on. I think this is a reasonable use of this land. I think under the previous owner, they were proposing at least double that. And given that the site may have water courses involved on that 5,000 lot area that's been identified for housing, I believe that the only way that number is going to go is down once those site constraints are actually identified. I note that the R2 low density residential area, 164 hectares of this, 51% of the site is going to C2 environmental conservation in recognition of those high biodiversity values, and the remaining 22 hectares, 7% of the site to RE1 public recreation. The R2 zone is proposed for to minimise any negative impacts of the higher density development of the village character of Sutton. Nonetheless, that leaves that 164 hectares of land available for the allotments. We have an opportunity here, councillors, to put this to Gateway to avoid the loss of everything that's been put on the table for a voluntary planning agreement, while encouraging the opportunity for our community to engage at the development application stage, which I think is what we all are seeking. Councillors, I'll close that the debate and put that motion to you. Sorry, I've closed the debate. I've closed the debate. I moved the motion. I've closed the debate. Councillors, we'll now put it to a vote. All those in favour of sending this to Gateway? That's Councillor Butler, McGrath, Carter, Charry, Jones, Burgess, Rothwell. All those against? That's councillor Cameron. Councillor Flannery, are you, yeah, okay? Voting against. The motion is passed. Councillor Cameron?
May I ask a question?
Councillor, that item has now closed.
Have you made a comment? Well, I'll make it as a point of order.
Councillor Cameron, that item has finished. We're now up to item 6.7. I'll just check if a point of order is possible.
The item has closed, the vote's been taken, unless there's something wrong with the procedure that's been undertaken, there should be no more debate on that item.
Councillors, we're on to item 6.7, the warrant abatement, all abilities playground construction. We have a recommendation before us. The council accepts the tender from Briarwood, trading as RAM Constructions under contract YVC PE 57-2025 for the warrant abatement, all abilities playground construction. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move.
Councillor Butler. Seconded, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Butler, you have the floor.
In the spirit of Councillor David Rothwell, I'm just going to say, let's get it built.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Do I have a speaker against the motion?
Can I ask a question, please?
With your grace, Councillor Cameron, a
Yeah,
question, would you like that first?
No, I've got a question.
You've got a question too,
I'm just
okay.
wondering, Madam Mayor, if we should move this into confidential, given that there might be some questions about the tenderers, and that might raise some questions of concern. So I'm just wondering if that should be dealt with as a confidential question rather than at this particular moment. I
Councillor,
have quite a few questions about the tenderers, so hence why I'm a bit concerned about being able to talk about their tendering documents in an open forum.
I appreciate the question. I'll just seek some advice on whether we need to test that in the room or whether we can go send it straight to confidential.
We will likely, through you, Madam Mayor, sorry, we will likely need to move a procedural motion to place this in confidential session, but then we'll deal with it after the end of all the open session items, rather than going in, coming back
Yes,
out.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I'll ask for a mover to put that into confidential. So moved Councillor Carter, seconded Councillor Cherry. I'll just open the opportunity for anyone to object to that item being moved into confidential, and there is no one in the public gallery to object or present. I'm just making sure I say the words out loud. Councillors, we now will vote on that going into confidential. That's a procedural motion. All those in favour? We have Councillor Butler, McGrath, Carter, Cherry, Burgess, Rothwell, Flannery. Those against? Councillor Cameron. It's so moved, that has passed, so that will be dealt with at the end of our public agenda items. And I believe we actually need to provide reasons. I'm so sorry, councillors. I think we just need to formulate some reasons for moving it into confidential. I think we may need to.
Yes,
To be able
we
to
do.
discuss the
We
particular
do,
tenderers.
Correct, so through you, Madam Mayor, I think you'd be looking at commercial and confidence and the reason why, so you'd be, it would be section 10A2C, that's all I've got.
10A2C. I think the spirit of the meeting was agreeing with that, we just didn't have the words in place.
Correct.
Thank you. As our, so we did come up with 10A2C as our recess, thank you. Right, I'll just bear with me as I write that on the top of my page so we don't accidentally forget to do the rest of things. Right. Moving on to item 6.8, the Draft Sutton Recreation Ground Strategic Plan 2025.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move a motion that's been sent to all council executive and vote. Anyone bring that up, please? Now I'll read it for those that haven't had a chance to have a look at it yet. I move the motion that council, 1, adopts the draft Sutton Recreation Ground Strategic Plan 2025, 2, undertakes an annual review of the strategic plan, incorporating feedback from the Sutton community and ensuring consistency with relevant council policies and strategic documents, and 3, reaffirms its commitment to work alongside and in support of the Sutton community to ensure that community views are properly considered and in the implementation of the recreation ground strategic plan. Thank you, Madam.
Do I have a second of that motion? Seconded, councillor Cameron. Would the mover like to speak?
Just very quickly, yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, my fellow councillors, I commend this motion to you, and in doing so, I'd like to publicly acknowledge the Sutherland District Community Association for the efforts they have put into this process. In my opinion, the SDCA has been forward-leaning, constructive and genuinely collaborative in its engagement with Yass Valley Council. They have not simply advocated for outcomes but have taken the time to work alongside staff and councillors to articulate a clear vision for the recreation grounds and their broader community. That kind of partnership reflects a community that is well organised, thoughtful and committed to shaping its own future in a very positive way, in my opinion. And I sincerely thank them for the spirit in which they have engaged and for their ongoing commitment to Sutton and Yass Valley. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Cherry. Do I have any further speakers for or against this motion? Terrific. I'd like to acknowledge the staff, hard work on this item. I particularly like the idea that this is a living document and we touch base with our community after the 12-month period, particularly seeing the growth that is potential with the planning proposal that we've just seen, because there was a request during the open forum to look over the horizon for things that would involve growth from the community association, such as the introduction of AFL posts there, should the community grow and require further additions to the vision of that plan. Councillor Flannery.
I have not, I'm kind of speaking for the motion, but I'm interested in the council's play space strategy that was before us in December, and I've got a question about it on questions on those. I'm really interested how the draft Sutton Recreational Ground strategic plan fits in with other with other plans and the hierarchy of plans, because we also are going to consider the Walker Park plan and this plan and the place-based plan, and I really feel that the community and myself would benefit from a hierarchy of which plan takes precedence or which plan, or can we amalgamate some plans. So I do support it. I just would like to add a point that that we ensure that the plans are consistent or that they reference each other.
And Councillor Flannery, just to clarify your question, when you talk about how it works in with other plans, are you talking about our other strategic plans such as the fields restoration plan and the tree management strategy, or what other?
Specifically the place-based strategy, which is the one I'm more familiar with, because the Sutton or the draft Sutton recreational ground would, I'm pretty sure, have place spaces.
Yes.
And so does the place-based strategy sit up here and we say we want these kind of assets and this is the second tier, or does this plan say this is what we're having and then we reference it? I just don't understand the hierarchy of our planning documents, is what I would like some more clarity on.
Let me know what you do. For us all. Director.
Well, I did email that question in,
Yes.
sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in the broad strategic context, the park and play strategy, acknowledging that it's still under draft and hasn't been endorsed by council at this point in time, sets a broad strategic framework. The actual strategic plans, such as Sutton, Walker Park, etc., they are looking at the more fine-grained immediate details that apply to those locations as actual facilities.
Okay. Councillors, I
Through you,
think.
Madam Mayor, can I
Yes.
Sorry.
Question?
I have a question probably to Councillor Cherry. I have no problems at all with this. I think it's a great amendment. I just wanted to ask why it's applicable to Sutton in particular. We've just only recently adopted the Murray Bateman Recreation Ground strategic plan. Wouldn't this sort of have been fitting for all strategic plans? Like, why has it been chosen for Sutton in particular?
To your reason, it's just because that's what it's presented for.
Right, thank you.
I think that's why the hierarchy would help.
Councillors, we'll just keep this formal and we'll stand when we're responding and at the behest of the Mayor as the Chair. Councillor Cherry has responded to Councillor Butler's question.
Thank you.
I now need a speaker against, if there is one. Further speaker for. Councillors, I believe we are ready to vote, but I'll just open the opportunity for the mover to close. Okay. Thank you, councillors.
Can we vote when the seconders out of the room?
Yeah.
We can.
Oh, sorry, I've just realised that councillor Cameron is not there. I think he's entrusted us with this one. All right, councillors, all those in favour? Councillor Butler? Sorry, that's everyone in the room, thank you. Just minus councillor Cameron. The motion is passed. He was with us in spirit on that one, I'm sure. Item 6.9, the draft Walker Path Strategic Plan 2025, we have a recommendation for us to endorse it and to place it on public exhibition, and if no submissions are received, the strategy be adopted. Do I have a mover? So moved, councillor Carter, seconded, councillor Charing. Councillor Carter, you have the floor if you wish. Councillor Charing? Any objections, councillors, to putting this to the vote? All right, let's do that. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Voting councillor Cameron is absent from the chamber. Councillors, we have item 6.10, the Rosyth Street trees before us. We have the summary is to present the update on the 2 London plane trees and 1 white cedar tree along Rosyth Street. Yes. We have a recommendation for us that it be noted. So moved. Thank you, councillor Butler. Seconded, councillor McGrath. Do I have any speakers for or against? Councillor Flannery.
Clarification, I think that we should include the botanical names of the trees, because it's what they're called, like what people make up as a common name can be misinterpreted. So I'm happy to supply the names of the trees. I just think in future we should ensure that the trees are correctly named.
Thank you, councillor. Would you like to amend? Sorry, the recommendation doesn't need to be amended, but
I'll just provide them. I just said in future can we
Thank
use botanical names, and I'll send them to you.
okay, thank you. Councillor Cameron, we have before us item 6.10, the Rosyth Street trees motion, that the report be noted. I'm putting out the opportunity for anyone to speak for or against.
Against.
Okay, thank you, councillor Cameron. You have the floor.
Thank you for holding it for me to discuss. Thank you. Look, as I said earlier, when we had the motions that are going to Elder Conference, particularly number 5, brilliant from my perspective, that it's a really good motion. And I think I'm a little bit surprised to see 6.10, where we're talking about allowing wine glass pruning to occur with these particular trees again. Basically, wine glass pruning, or even L-shaped in Hope Street, which I've been alerted to, are the basic problem that are causing concerns in regards to street trees under power lines in particular. And they need to be carefully managed in order to preserve their longevity and look. And I was talking to Damien, the arborist, and he was looking at one of the trees when I was coming back from a walk, which is most unusual for me. But I was talking to him, and he was saying how these trees, the white cedar trees, the plane trees, are really, really quite strong and really quite resilient. I mentioned that we've got to be a bit careful about the look. Recently I put up a Facebook post, and the post was basically quite provocative and basically saying we shouldn't have wine glass cutting of our street trees. To my surprise, not all comments that came in, and there were over 100, not all of them were supportive. A few of them said a couple of things that were fairly negative, but one of the things that they were saying is the look, because these trees look bad, look ugly, get rid of them. You know, so I think the important point, councillors, the important point is that the look is important, and we have to be aware of that some people think that we don't need to do suitable pruning and management. The thing that why I'm speaking against the report be noted, it seems to be sort of saying that we're going to allow Essential Energy to keep on going with this process with these trees. From my point of view, I think that's the wrong way to go. I think we need to be advocating with Essential Energy, one way or the other, that they're not really welcome to do this anymore. And besides going to Elgar, which I think is a really good move, as I've said, we may need to do strong action to make sure that they are aware of our concerns about this. And I think the council needs to be advocating for not this to happen, because this is only happening because it's the basic way of doing it and the cheapest. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron, are you suggesting an amendment, such as that council continue advocacy to Essential Energy for for a review to do alternate pruning measures in Yass Valley?
Sorry, say that again. It's very well by the moment.
I'm suggesting I might be reading your mind that you.
Scary.
That, could I glean that you would be amenable to an amendment that would suggest that Yass Valley Council continues its advocacy to Essential Energy, seeking a review and alternate pruning measures in Yass Valley?
Sounds really good to me, yeah.
I'll try and replicate that one more time. So that council continues its advocacy to Essential Energy for a review of and seeking alternate pruning measures in Yass Valley. Probably need to wrap up, Councillor Cameron, to better care for our street trees.
Yeah, well,
particularly on mature fruit trees.
yeah, okay, thank you, councillor.
Could we add the word mature street trees in here?
Particularly on the mature street trees under power lines.
I think that under the power lines is a bit of a given if we're
Oh,
talking
right, okay.
Essential
Sorry,
Energy, but that's okay.
Who knows what that might be?
Can I ask a question?
So I just wanted, so that is the amendment. Is the seconder, Councillor McGrath, amenable to that? Thank you, Councillor McGrath and Councillor Cameron. Councillor Flannery has a question.
I understand when it says about the report that ongoing assessment and any future management of these trees by council will be undertaken in accordance with the council's tree management strategy, which is currently under development. Having thought about a will and preparing a will, are we allowed to refer to something that actually doesn't exist? Like, we're saying that, you can't give something that you don't own, so can we refer to a strategy that doesn't yet exist? It's under development, but we're saying we're going to look after these trees in accordance with a strategy that doesn't actually exist. So I'm just asking for a point of clarification. Like, the intent is good, I just didn't know if we could actually do that.
Councillor, I'll seek advice for that answer, but it's my understanding we currently have a policy of how we amend street trees, and it's on our website. Amend, what's the word, prune street trees.
I mean, there is an Australian standard, so we might be better just to refer to the Australian standard.
I'll seek some advice for the answer to this question. And I'm just checking which director I should look to. Thank you. Okay, all right. So our mover is Councillor Butler and McGrath, and for the amendment we have Councillor Cameron. I don't believe we need a seconder if the mover and the seconder are agreeable to the amendment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was the mover and I was not asked if I was.
Oh, I beg your pardon,
So it's a point of order that I was not asked.
Correct, you are correct. I've got down here, I put Councillor Cameron above for the question. Councillor Butler, are you amenable to the amendment?
Again, to be different.
I am.
Therefore, we don't need a seconder for the
I think it should say
moving of the
particularly
amendment.
for mature students.
Yeah, for mature.
There's a word missing, particularly for.
Correct, so I checked in with councillor McGrath and he was amenable, I'll just double check.
Yep.
Thank you, there's no double check right now, okay. So councillors, we have an accepted amendment, which is the property of this meeting of council, so I now need a speaker for or against. Okay, I'll now ask the mover to close then. Councillor Butler. Okay, alright, let's put this to the vote, all those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you councillors. Item 6.11, pesticide use notification. We have a recommendation before us to endorse the plan for public exhibition for 28 days, and if no submissions are received, the plan be adopted. Do I have a mover? So moved councillor Burgess and councillor Butler. Councillor Burgess, you have a call, so
Hope they get out there and spray the bloody bleeding. They're everywhere. The roads are everywhere. It's great.
Alright, thank you councillor Burgess. Councillor Butler?
No.
Alright, councillor Cameron?
Question.
Yes.
I was having a look, I think this plan is really quite good, but is there, I noticed down there, the last dot point there is contact details for anyone wishing to discuss the plan with council. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of appeal sort of provision, like, I can think of people who are not happy near their property, believe it or not. But they don't want the verges removed of weeds. They don't prefer to leave them there. Can people, I don't mean an appeal, but can they put a proposition that they don't want it happening near their place?
Thank you councillor Cameron for the question. I'll check if this one's an on notice or answer now question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is definitely not notice, I will
Okay.
come back to you on that one.
That's good.
Thank you, Director.
I don't know if this is helpful at all.
Sorry, councillor Flannery.
Remember in the SCG government, we had a colourblind person who didn't like the pink spray in the Roundup because they couldn't see it. And so there were a range, how will I know if that area's been sprayed? So I think that in answering Councillor Cameron's question, there could be a range of things that they're concerned about, that they don't know where has been sprayed, all kinds of things.
Councillors, do I have a speaker for or against? We're ready to put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 6.12, the development application update for December 2025 and January 2026. We have information presented in the report and accompanying attachment be noted. Do I have a mover for that? So moved councillor Carden, councillor Chari. Councillor Carden.
Merely just a question, but congratulations, I think, to the department for the group, whether you call yourselves, for the purposes of the planning department, for the reduction in taxes. It's pleasing to see, although there's still some gap between the New South Wales target and what we're doing. Can you give us an estimation of what we could do to continue to reduce those days closer to target?
Great question before budget for this department, can I just say? I imagine the director is happy to answer you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Staff, resources, it is really that simple. That is a key factor in decreasing assessment times.
Thank you.
Councillors, I see two questions potentially, or speakers. Councillor Flannery, do you have a question or a speaker
Yes,
for or
I asked
against?
this at the last month's or the last council meeting, that although we have a reduction in the number of days, which is commendable, etc., I just was wondering if that's related to the number of assessments that have come in. So there's no correlation that I can see between days. So there's on the side, there's average assessment days, and it goes up to 220, and then it has months along the bottom. But I can't see anything that says how many applications came in. And so I feel that that could also be a factor. And I just asked at the last meeting to include that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, you did, and it should have been in there. I will make a note, again, to remind myself to make sure it goes in there for the next meeting.
I
It's
was trying to work
absolutely-
out how you do that, but I'm
Yeah,
not
I
quite an Excel.
will say that overall numbers are largely consistent, but the actual exact numbers would be beneficial for further understanding, so definitely we'll take that on notice. Yeah, it is, sorry, just on that, it is also in the attachments, but it'd be much easier, acknowledged, it would be much easier to, if it was in the body.
We'd have to get 1,000 pages of attachments.
Absolutely.
Thank you, councillors. Do I have any further speakers?
Yes, no, just very quickly, supporting the motion and follow up with a question to the director. I too like to echo my colleague's sentiment to congratulate the director and his directorate, that's the word for. It is great to see the trending down, and obviously there are particular questions that could give us a better understanding of the numbers and where we sit in reality. However, I'd like to ask a question, and it's more broadly when it comes to planning reforms at New South Wales government level, because this is a question that I get proposed, and obviously it's going to raise a lot of concerns, and it's going to impact the way this business, this chamber deals with development applications in particular. So I reference back to a question I asked last year of the director, and you and I have spoken to this at length. Director Neil, can you please update the chamber or any progress on directions from state government as to how the reforms are going to affect us? Is there a time frame and what that looks like, in particular to the implementation of local planning plans? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've received no further advice from the state government in this space regarding how the local planning panels are to be operated. I will say that there's been significant conversations within the Campbell Region Joint Organisation about how, how best to implement this on a regional basis. That does have some positive implications from a funding point of view. If it is approaches a more regional basis, there may be opportunities for state funding rather than each council having to provide the funding for the secretariat, the administrative support and all those administrative functions. So in lieu of clear directions from the state, the regional planning directors are having their own conversation and work out a most appropriate way of dealing with this.
Councillors, do we have any further speakers for or against this item? I'll provide the opportunity for the mover to close. Let's put that to the vote then. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving on to item 6.13, I have with the grace of me, a new motion to put forward. It incorporates the first point that you see in your business paper, but I wanted to further explain to the community why we varied our actions from the 40-degree only days in recognition of the sustained days, along with the identification that lifeguards cost us $350,000 annually for our 2 pools, and the opportunity to explore corporate sponsorship policies for that. So the motion before you reads, one, that we note the impact on the 25-26 operational costs associated with the operation of the Yass and Pine Long pools as a result of the free entry days in January 2026. That we note that the recent 5-day free access provided at the Yass and Pine Long pools included days that fell outside the 2020 40°C policy threshold upon request of the Mayor and the CEO. 3, that we recognises that this variation was an important response to the sustained heatwave conditions and the cumulative impact on the community, particularly during the school holiday period that continued until classes commenced on 2nd of February 2026. A review of the current policy be conducted prior to the next swimming season. This review should consider options for appropriate temperature thresholds and cumulative impact of hot days to trigger free entry, and the associated budget implications, noting any further negative impacts on the budget must be presented as a quarterly variation if not factored in as an emergency fund within the 26-27 operational budget. 5, that we complete an end of season further analysis of attendance, pool entry fees and canteen sales for the remainder of the swimming season following the 6 days, including Australia Day, which was grant funded. This should inform if increased promotion of the pool, uptake in community positive perception, and increased participation contributed to a pattern of sustained increase in paid attendance overall, and whether the initial $10,000 loss could be considered recouped in whole or part when compared to traditional seasonal data. And 6, council will be presented with a draft corporate sponsorship policy which considers the ability of council to seek pre-arranged sponsorship for the seasonal cost of lifeguards to offset entirely or partially the cost in exchange for corporate brand and inclusion on uniforms, signage, social media and website communications, and discovers other areas of the organisation which could also qualify for corporate sponsorship arrangements. Councillors, that's the motion I present to you. If I could seek a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. Councillors, I'll take it as that was my presentation.
No, just a question, could we just,
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to read that in full.
Have it all in one, yeah, absolutely. If we could straddle that motion onto one page. Nearly there. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillors, that's the motion before you. If you need some time to consume it, that's perfectly understandable.
Can I just ask a question about that, what people are considering? Just to
Councillor
hear,
Hunt's coming up.
specifically around, and I will speak on the motion as well.
Yeah.
In relation to SIP, so we considered the regulatory rules set by Surf Life Saving Australia with respect to sponsorship. But the NAB, it doesn't seem to refer to that, and there are very restricted rules around what sponsorships might be placed on Surf Life Saving or Life Saving clothing. So I'm just wondering if we've considered that implication, or is it perhaps worth putting that into the motion subject to the regulations set by Surf Life Saving Australia?
I think that's covered when we see, which considers the ability of council to seek pre-arranged sponsorship. So keeping it broad, depending on what the organisation is that we're seeking to get sponsorship for, whether it be, for example, we wouldn't be able to seek sponsorship from, no doubt, like an alcohol firm, in regards to where we sit within the Local Government Act. But I'll also seek advice from the governance officer.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, look, I think there's probably a number of exclusions to any corporate sponsorship policy that we would need to produce. It will be modelled alongside the public-private partnership guidelines, which is a state government guideline. So a bit of work to be done in that space, probably a lot of exclusions as you've already touched on, but I don't have a complete list of them just at this point.
Yeah. It may be knocked out very quickly, but I think given the cost and the intrinsic value that we could create and that opportunity, and probably more throughout our directorates, particularly in the tourism space, it could be worth exploring. Councillors, do I have any speakers for the motion?
I want to speak for the tourism minister.
I just would like to propose, Madam, I'm just scrutinising point 5 if I may. As the chair of the Yass Pool Redevelopment Committee, and obviously Councillor Flannery and Councillor Carter sit on that as well, it's been raised with us by members of that committee. They are appealing to us to review the opening hours during the swimming season. Well, would you be amenable to including that in point 5 as part of that analysis, as the member of the motion?
I'll just seek some advice of whether that's going too far away from the intent of the motion.
It's your motion, Madam Mayor.
Completely all right, just checking. I think I like where you're going, but I'm thinking that a review of services should be probably where that sits so it can be fully explored. But I'm looking forward to seeing that come back in some other format, I understand. I've had to put something else back to a norm as well, that Caitlin very rightly kicked out of this motion. All right. All right, councillors, do I have a speaker against this motion?
Can I speak for the motion?
Thank you, councillor Carter.
First of all, I just want to thank a couple of people, I think, and I'm going to give some imagery in a moment, which you probably don't want. But first of all, Councillor Flannery for I think initiating much of this and the support of many of the councillors, and equally thank you to the staff for I think what was an excellent initiative under the circumstances. I did swim on the 31st of January, and I do apologise. I entered the water about 42. I came out, it was 45, because I don't think it's anything to do with me swimming, but it was, in that sense, a very hot day. What I can say on the ground is that the number of positive comments from those swimming on those moments was incredible, including like anecdotal comments like this is the best thing council's ever done, and so I really do commend that this has really given a strong message about positive action for the community from the council. And so thank you to Councillor Flannery, my thanks to the staff for enabling this to happen. I think this was an excellent initiative, and I do hope we're able to look at this as something of a more of a longer term commitment to the community on days that are uncomfortable, given the impacts that are happening with respect to extremes of climate and the like. But I thank Councillor Flannery and staff.
Thank you, councillor Carter. Do I have any further speakers for or against this motion?
I'm just briefly, thank you.
Councillor Flannery.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. I feel strongly that in rural towns, I grew up with pools, they're community places, and when I went to the Yass pool nearly every day in the heat wave and on other days, I thought, wow, a couple of things have happened. There are lots of people here, the water's really warm, because, you know, Yass pool can be a little bit cool sometimes, but, you know, thanks to the swimming club and others and the attendants at the pool. But there was such a sense of joy, and we can look at our budget, we can do a whole lot of things, we can sponsor this and that and try to get tourists here, but this was about the community and the community being together and sharing in some of the difficult times, and we might have them again, but I think it just should be really thought in a broader policy that we might have one day, free day, you know, not related to heat, just as something that the community does.
Thank you, councillor Flannery, and I commend your comments. Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, I was going to speak in favour of the original motion, and how it's been changed might affect that. I think, as you say, it was great PR, and I think that's really important to develop a positive relationship with the community. I just want to say a couple of things. It's also recognition of the difficulties we face with climate change. Things are changing all the time. You know, it was really quite unexpected to have the 40 degrees heat in that sort of prolonged time. I think the other thing I just want to mention is we're talking about a financial loss there, but that's on the estimation that people who went there for free would have gone there if it wasn't free, and that's a little bit dubious, isn't it? So when you talk about a $10,000 loss, I don't think we're talking quite like that. And one of the things I was going to mention earlier, when you mentioned it, talking about Brett Whitworth and all the levers, I think Brett Whitworth also said that you've got to take the community with you as well. And this is an example of cost, maybe not 10,000, but a cost, but we've taken the community with us, and I think that's what we need to do more often. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Cameron. Were there any further speakers for or against? Councillors, I'll just close by saying, back in 2019, council was looking down the barrel of an imminent heat wave, and I put forward a motion, and it was debated quite dramatically, and we only scraped it across the line to get 3 days at 40 degrees, and that has been the benchmark since. It is so refreshing to have new councillors come into council, and the conversation between Councillor Flannery and myself certainly pushed me to go, well, yes, we've got more days coming, but there are 39, they're 39, they're 38, they won't meet our policy. What can we do? And she encouraged me to engage with our CEO. I want to commend our CEO for acting quickly, not only on this issue, but at the same time acting with certainty and agility across our organisation to look at the impact of heat on our teams, to swing quickly them to across, for example, the roads through to different activities, to identify officers who were working solely in places without shade at transfer sites, to quickly close those. I just want to commend the staff for, in what's been a very challenging year towards the end of this year, particularly in the start of the new year, to act the way they did. And I commend the comments of both Councillor Carter and Flannery. Myself and my kids were there, I think, every single day. We've got season passes, and I can tell you, I didn't begrudge that any cent involved in covering the cost of those lifeguards, knowing that every element of our socio-economic community could take advantage of that. And I don't have air conditioning, and that's quite a motivator to get out the door for a free full day. Councillors, let's put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 6. Oh, thank you. Can I have a procedural motion to extend our meeting by half an hour to 15 items left, 1 hour. Can I have an extension of 1 hour to the meeting, councillors?
Could we take a brief break after that?
Absolutely. Councillor Carter, seconded Councillor Cameron. All those in favour of extending the meeting with a 5-10 minute break, people? What do you want to say? 5-5 minute break. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll now end our live stream or press mute, I'm not sure what we do, for the next 5 minutes for anyone watching at home.
Just while we're waiting, for the block, I'm just wondering when we talk about kick-off meetings, just as a clarification, on page 61 of 101, we talk about a kick-off meeting?
It's 101.
Sorry, 61.
Hold on,
Reports
councillor.
to council.
We're not in the meeting, and so it's
I
very
just was
important.
asking a question.
Yeah, I know, it's very important that we,
Ask
use
questions.
the current meeting code correctly, and we aren't permissible to have workshops on
That's a
items
good point.
before the meeting, so let's carry on. Okay, councillors. We're now live and we're returning to our agenda item without extension of the meeting. So councillors, I would like to do a procedural motion to, do we need to reopen the meeting or? That's right, thank you, sorry. I'd like to do a procedural motion to move on block these items, and we'll go, noting that anyone can object to any of these items, and we'll pull it out, or you can speak to the item as a block. So you will get an opportunity to speak as we move these items along, if you so choose. So we have the items 6.14, 6.15, 6.18, 6.20, 6.21, 9.1, and 9.3.
Can I pull 6.2 out of that? I just got a comment about it.
You can still make the comment as we're moving as a block.
Okay,
if
you want to do it that way?
Okay.
Fine. Very specific.
Councillors, do we have any objection to those items being moved on block? And you have the opportunity to ask questions about any of those items as we proceed. Okay, so I've moved that procedurally. I think I need to give a seconder. Yes. Can I have a seconder for that? To move on block? It's, will resolve that standing orders be
But we
suspended.
can ask questions.
Correct. Councillor Carter, thank you. I'll put that to the vote to move that procedural motion. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, so our items as listed, do I have any, sorry, I should ask the seconder also if he would like to speak. I'm fine with the items, if you'd like to speak to any of the items on the list now.
It's just a very minor question, and as I heard was discussed, we should have just noted, I think there's a minor calculation error in the reserves balances on which appears, I think on page 80 of the documents we've got in front of us, but also on page 760 of the full report. And it's just a minor, and it's probably just for clarification. So the externally restricted funds are 3.5. There's an externally restricted fund recognition of 3.1, so that comes off, that gives us 30.4. And then it talks about total funds 35 million, but I think that should actually be a slightly different figure. I think it should be 3.6 million, I think, in my understanding, or something similar, but I'll let the Director of Financial, the Chief Financial Officer explain.
Well, I'll just check if that's, then we'll just be acting CEO. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so there does appear to be a calculation error. So where we adjust those amounts is we take off sort of where we've advanced recognised revenue. So the figure of 30.4 million of external restricted funds is a correct calculation. Then where I've said in 35 million total reserve, that actually should be 35.9 million total reserve. So I missed a dot point and a 9 there. Because it's the total 39 million less 3.1. So I missed a dot point. I do apologise.
I think the same things are
I think the same in the December report. So
Okay.
make note of
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Flannery.
Yes, for item 9.3, minutes of the local emergency management committee meeting held on 8th of May and 21st of August. So my questions, I have two questions. One, what's the frequency of meeting? Because we've got May, August, and so now we're 6-7 months past August. When what's the frequency of the meetings, so should there be more meetings? Because that's 3 months and then nothing.
Yeah, I suspect, councillor, that we're just getting up to speed on the minutes being prepared for this one, but I'll double check with the director.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, so yes, they are held every 3 months. We are catching up on the minutes. We've had another meeting in November, which only recently got adopted by the committee last week. So the November committee meeting minutes will come to council in March.
So perhaps the November meeting wouldn't have considered it, but on the 19th of December, possibly around 9-ish in the morning, on the Saturday 19th of December, we had the major incident on the highway where all the traffic was diverted through the main street of Yass, and the Yass council staff did an amazing job getting the roads closed and a whole range of other things. And on the whole, hard to make those decisions, but did. I just want to commend the staff and commend everyone that was involved, that they did a tremendous job in difficult circumstances. But what I was really interested in is, sorry, the gavel, a bit on this side. I hope that's not
You've got free range at the moment, councillor.
What I was
Come down for you.
What I was interested in is, are the learnings from that day going to be presented in the Limo or in the traffic management? Because as I understood, and I could be corrected, that we didn't have an operational plan to close off the roads on that day. Because I spoke to you directly, I spoke to the mayor directly saying, to get the green lights going, we need to get the north-south traffic moving. And that took about an hour to get permissions from New South Wales and blah, blah, blah. But, I have recordings of how long I spoke to people on that day, because it really did take us an hour before we were able to green light it. And I understand that we do need permissions to change the light sequencing and things, but I would like to see an emergency plan set as part of our responsibilities when we have major accidents on the highway that closes the highway, that we immediately enforce or implement, I should say, an emergency response plan which gets the north-south traffic going, because that hour did cause huge build-up. And although we did an outstanding job, as I understood, it took us a long while to get the signs and blah, blah, blah.
Thank you, councillor Flannery. I'll just check in with the director if that particular event has been the subject of a further.
They haven't met.
Through Madam Mayor, so we have had an incident debrief after the event in December. We also had an update and a debrief from Fire and Rescue New South Wales, with the incident controller for that incident at our most recent LMC meeting last week. And there'll be a bit of an update included in the minutes of those in the future.
Just flowing on from councillor Flannery's question then, has something been fundamentally changed in any of the plans for any of these committees that are activated in a large event?
Madam Mayor, so no fundamental changes. It would really depend. Every incident's different. So wherever there's an incident or a crash or a fire, a truck on fire with lithium batteries in it, the diversions and detours are going to be completely different every time, unless we keep having the same incident recur. So the LMC, the reason for the LMC, we activate the Emergency Operations Centre, the LEMO, the Leacon. That's what they get together to discuss and try to find the best solutions for what the incident is and to be reactive. So Transport for New South Wales do have plans. They have plans for if there's an accident in this place and the highway needs to be closed at any given point along the highway within our LBA, they've got detailed plans for those. It's their responsibility to implement those, and then they work with council to put in our own local management strategies as well.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any further questions or speakers on these items as we move them on block? Right, thank you, councillors. I'll just give the opportunity for the, no, I am the mover of the on block, so don't worry, I'll relinquish that right. All those in favour of these items moving on block? That's resolved. Thank you. That was unanimous. Yes, thank you. All right. Moving on to item 6.16, the advisory committee membership.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I wasn't quick enough, but I would like to defer this item. And do I have to give my reasons? Sorry, I was just working on my reasons.
Give it a go.
There's two committees, can I speak right now? I'll just stop until they.
So would you like to put what your motion is and then seek a seconder?
Forget it.
I don't have a motion yet.
So I'd ask it
I'm
anyway.
working on it. I'd like to defer this item until 1, council identifies key stakeholders, specifically within the access and age-friendly community and the sport and open space community. And 2, recirculate the offer to nominate to these, haven't finished, key stakeholders so that we can fill the committee positions with a diverse range of community members.
Councillor Butler, I'll just ask a question of our leadership team. In terms of the committees that Councillor Butler has identified, could we still proceed with the formation of the First Nations or accept the First Nations advisory committee there? So if we do this, so what we might actually do is do this in, I'm thinking in Seritain for the committees themselves. So, if the mover is
I'm
acceptable.
happy with that, and I do, I was primarily focused on those two, however, I do notice that, the First Nations Advisory Committee, they have not filled their positions, and I couldn't quite count all of that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so I think the economic has reached its capacity. So maybe I'm happy to do in Seritain defer until we identify key stakeholders for the First Nations Advisory, the open space and the sporting and the access and age friendly.
So if I'm just, for clarity, so the Economic and Development Committee is good to go, the First Nations Advisory Committee is good to go, although I do think we have an amendment coming that I'll just signal. The Access and Age Friendly Advisory Committee is not
No, and done.
yeah, so not that one.
No.
That one needs to, and the Sport and the Open is one that you'd like to take out as well. Okay.
I think, just to clarify, Access and Age Friendly Advisory Committee, Council Plenary would like that one to be included. Yes, sorry.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
To re-go out.
Yeah, to
for
re-go out,
the
yes, correct.
stakeholders.
So we've got 2 that need to go back out, the Access Age Friendly Advisory Committee and the Sport and Open Space Advisory Committee. I'll just check in with our Director of the area that this will impact, to check in, if I can ask a question, are there any operational impacts or budgetary impacts in going out and going through this process? Oh, sorry. I looked at Space and Advisory Committee, sorry.
It will just delay the implementation.
Okay.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
I think that it's.
Yeah, we need a motion,
Sorry.
sorry, yes, we really need clarity on what this motion is.
Okay.
Yeah. So, that amendment is coming from Councillor Cherry, so move that amendment once we've got the motion up here.
For us, we will have to change. Do you want to re-say your words in relation to the Access and Age Friendly Advisory Committee?
Oh, it's just deferred.
Well, what I had written was defer this item until 1, council identifies key stakeholders within the, maybe we'll just say within the committees that have not reached capacity of their nomination.
Just name those 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll go with I'll go with the First Nations, the Access and Age Friendly Community and the Sport and Open Space Community.
So not the First Nations,
We're keeping that one out.
we're keeping that one out because
Okay,
we'll do.
fine. Registered sporting club to be notified that these nominations are open. I don't know if council has a list or a registrar of all of the sporting clubs, but I spoke to a few and they had no idea this committee was forming. So I'd like to see a new range of people. I'm sorry, I'm speaking too much on this.
Yeah, so, sorry, nice and slow.
Okay, so defer this item until 1, council identifies key stakeholders.
Wait.
3, within the access and age-friendly committee. Well, it was more so
Oh, sorry.
the community, like,
Okay.
yeah. Within the access and age-friendly community, and the sport and open space community. And then 2.
So we'll just need to pull out the word advisory if we're going with community. So within the age and access and age friendly community.
And 2.
Yeah.
Recirculate the offer to nominate for the access and age friendly committee and the sport and open space committee. Once key stakeholders have been identified.
Through you, Madam Mayor, could we ask for some guidance on the age-friendly committee? Who specifically there would you like us to go to groups?
I would imagine it would be Councillor Flannery will answer that question.
I'm on the board for the Yes Aged Care, and they were unaware that this committee was being formed. So I would like, in a similar way to the sporting groups, a representative from the aged care facilities.
Apex as well.
Pardon?
Apex.
Yes, Apex.
Senior citizen.
Senior citizens, so to think about some main groups in YES and make sure that we let them know directly that this is their friend. Pardon? Councillors?
All right, we have a motion before us, councillors. We have a mover and a seconder. So moved by Councillor Butler and seconded by Councillor Flannery. I'll give the opportunity for the mover to speak to the motion.
I think I've said everything.
Okay, I'll seek the seconder to speak.
I really think that Councillor Butler's motion addresses a fundamental action that council needs to do, that we involve groups or people that are already on sporting groups. We don't just broadcast generally, but we really try to both include people that may not have been involved in committees previously, but also people that have been well meshed into the community. The Australia Day Awards were key examples where people turn up, show up, do lots of things for the council, and so I really feel that this motion does try to bring those people into it.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. I'll anticipate that there is an amendment.
Madam Mayor, question to the acting CEO before we go there. I would anticipate that we would be having this discussion in confidential conditions, later we're going to be talking about specific individuals. Am I incorrect in that?
Because of the, through you, Madam Mayor, the new code of meeting practice makes great limitations on what gets put into confidential, and there's no requirement.
Noting that there are some sensitivities that relate to personal circumstances that I feel are not appropriate to be talking in a live broadcast realm, so my recommendation would be moving to confidential for that discussion.
Do a procedural.
Yep, thank you.
I move that motion.
Yep.
For the component that isn't related to Councillor Butler's if that's possible. I'm not sure how we do.
Yeah, that's okay, that we can do that. So a procedural motion to move this item into confidential, moved by councillor Chari. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second
Thank you, councillor McGrath. And the reason being, I understand it's because it relates to an individual, and I'm trying to find
10A 2A is personal information.
Okay, councillors, we've have a procedural motion before us and a reason to do so. If I could put this motion, all those in favour? That's unanimous, thank you, councillors. Okay, I'll just note that one to council. Off.
Oh, I've already dropped it.
Take as many as you want.
Oh, sorry, councillors, I note that we actually pulled out this item into two, did we not? Because we were going to do the ones that needed to go, we can treat the whole thing, okay, alright, fantastic. Alright, moving along, item 6.17, the update on transfer of Telegraph Close, yes. Councillors, we have a motion before us in the business paper, the recommendation, do we have? Thank you, councillor McGrath. Seconded, councillor Carter. Councillors, just for the purposes of the live stream, this is to set aside the resolution of 367/25, noting the additional information supplied by the landowner to a refund of $1,000 paid to council by the landowner in June 24 be processed, given there was no formal agreement from which should be charged and therefore accepted. And 3, any land registry service documentation associated with the transfer of the land to Bellvale Cattle Company Pty Ltd and resulting closure of the road reserve be executed by the CEO when required. So we have a mover and a seconder. Would the mover like to speak?
I just observed that the owner of the land has been extremely patient. Mayor, I think we should push this motion through without any further ado.
Councillors, any further speakers? Councillors, I note that in the report that based on all the information that's now been supplied in our officer's consideration, that this is unreasonable for council to ask the landowner to pay for the land that they previously owned, and I commend the motion before you. I'll allow the mover to close if he so chooses. Alright, thank you, councillors. Let's put this one to the vote. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, moving on to item 6.20. Sorry, 6.19, beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong thing. We have a recommendation before us to note the monthly financial report. Do I have a mover? So moved, councillor Rothwell. Seconded. Councillor Chari. Okay, although, do I have any speakers for or against? Councillor Cameron.
I have a question. Could I ask through the Mayor, the Chief Financial Officer, about the information on page 82 about the outstanding rates and the fact that a small number of people have not paid much in the way of rates for a long period of time. Can you just give us a quick update in what's happening?
Through you, Mayor, thank you, councillor. So we've undertaken a range of things where to look to recover our debts, but obviously through the analysis, which was asked from Councillor Flannery and other councillors previously, that as we analysed the data, we did identify that there were 24 ratepayers who hadn't paid rates for a substantial amount of time. So our next stage is really to look at what's our credit management process, and then how we can look to recover not just those rates, but obviously we've got a substantial amount of rates in the business. So I have been talking with some debt recovery specialists, which I'll talk with our legal team in the coming weeks as to what's the best approach, how we can approach and recover the outstanding rates. And there's an option of whether you go really the legal pecuniary avenue, but you know, research says that for every $1,000 that you're going to recover, it'll actually cost you $1,000, which will actually add to the rate payer. That's just initial research that I did. So we do need to look at a strategy on how we can look to recover those rates, and each case will be different. So each one of those rate payers that are identified in 24, there will be different circumstances and why they are in the financial circumstance they're in, and how we can work with them to recover.
Yeah. May I ask, are any of them historic, like going back much more than say 10 years, like sort of 20, 30, 40 years?
Oh, we haven't gone back 20, 30, 40 years, so...
Because I had the impression that at some stages there were some properties that, I don't know whether it's the ownership is under question or whatever, but there's a little bit of, it's not clear who actually owns the property.
So in terms of those 24 we identified, there is a number of rates that are outstanding greater than 5 years.
Yeah.
It's the same rate payers, it's the same properties that are those.
Okay, so there's something being attempted, because the figure
Yeah,
is,
we do
the figure is quite large.
For those 24.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do need to, we do need to develop our strategy on how we can work with those rate payers to help recover those arrears.
Okay. Now, my second question relates to, through you, Madam Mayor, on page 81, we still have the Bynalong pool in the internals
We do, yes.
restriction. And my understanding, having talked to the Bynalong people at the last meeting, they believe they've done everything that they've needed to do. They've been asked to do a number of steps, and they've gone through those sort of steps. And I think they're a little bit disillusioned at the moment that there still seems to be some hold-up. And the reason why this is important is recently they did receive a grant, significant grant, for the pool, to do some things. And one of the reasons why they thought they got that grant was because they didn't go for the full amount that they wanted. They actually said, no, we've got some money aside, meaning this money, that we can use to top up what we need to do. So it seems to me very important that they get access to this money ASAP.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Did you want to, Director?
Nathan,
Thank you.
sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Cameron, there might be a historical issue, reason for them knowing, and I don't know what that is in relation to this money. I'm going to defer to Director of Infrastructure and Assets.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so the money has been allocated for future development of the Bynalong pool. My understanding is that the request has come to council and that we're working on getting that transferred back out to the Bynalong pool.
It seems to be, I brought this up I think previously at a council meeting, and it just seems to be not moving at all. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Do we have any further speakers for this motion? Right, let's move that, let's vote that we adopt this. All those in favour? Or noted, I should say. Was that unanimous? Thank you, councillors. Yeah, okay. Moving along to the notice of motion. 7.1, the proposed changes to user charges. Councillor Henry, you have the floor.
Thank you. This the motion about the user charges for sporting groups has been before council twice, and so this is the third time. And it hasn't gone back up for consultation because I really feel that we have a pretty good understanding of where the groups are and their usage and things. The motion proposes 4 items: that council adopts a cost recovery of 15% of annual operational costs as the basis for calculating fees for annual sports and equestrian user groups in accordance with the asset management strategy. There is an error, it should be 2022 to 2033, I think, up there. See, it's it should be a 3 there. Agrees that no individual sporting club fee increases by more than 30% when compared to the previous financial year. The 2 groups that were massively affected by the introduction of the fees were Little A's and cricket. There was also one of the rugby clubs, and I feel that in price hike of what was previously proposed of 200% is unfair and unjust in towns where we want kids to play sport. So therefore we sort of set a cap and we say no more than 30% increase from the previous financial year. We agree that no individual sporting club pays less than the fee charged in the last financial year, which is the 24-25, and reaffirms that the Yass Valley Council is committed to supporting local sporting and equestrian clubs and will work to reduce their operational costs of the sporting grounds through setting service level agreements in conjunction with the newly formed, the sporting club committee which is to be formed. I did extensive research of the papers that were presented in the previous council meetings. My view, well, it's not in my view, my fact-finding mission was that the sporting groups were provided with different pieces of information and different percentages of fees to be charged.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to second this motion.
Oh, sorry.
I can feel it.
Sorry.
Sorry, just proceed.
That's right,
Just a second so you can start the debate.
Sorry, I was slightly confused or very confused because Madam Mayor said over to you, so off I went. I engaged a whole lot of Excel spreadsheets and put modelling into this. Some of the modelling is presented on page 93 of 101. Those figures are all to be ratified by the council. They're provided as an example. So that's my little bit of research, and I hope that the community is cognizant that the council does need to recoup fees. 15% seemed appropriate because I was trying to work out how long the grants were available, and was it 20% of the time, 50% of the time, but I thought 15% seems a good starting point.
Thank you, Councillor Flannery. Councillor Butler.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I support Councillor Flannery's motion, and I just wanted to give her credit that she did a huge amount of work off her own back to, I think, come up with a more fair and evenly spread distribution of the fees. And it doesn't alter the final budget, the final figure that we were looking at and considering at the last meeting when this item was before us. And I just also want to note that this will come back again to council for review in 12 months' time. So if this proves to be not adequate for some clubs in some way, this is not set and forget policy. It will come back and review it in 12 months' time.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Do you have any further speakers for this motion?
Just very briefly, Madam Mayor, just to again, I think, reinforce what Councillor Butler was suggesting. My thanks to Councillor Flannery for what is a tremendous amount of work. It's impressive, it's helpful. I think it has a strong community spirit, similar to the Paul motion in that sense, and so I commend it as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. I might ask a question of the Director on this item, if I could. In terms of stakeholder engagement, is there any requirement for us to revisit the stakeholders that we engaged with the previous, and is there an issue with their dissatisfaction with what the staff report put in prior, and is this going to cost?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll answer the second part. There will be the potential for some additional staff involved, other staff involved in staff costs associated with this. In answer to the first part, sorry, can you just repeat the question? I've had a lot of questions.
Okay. So do we have to re-engage with the stakeholders or put this on and out to the community with exhibition?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would think that it would be an important step in the process to close the loop back to the stakeholders to keep them informed as to where everything was up to. Once again, that will just be the utilisation of staff resources. As a fee and charge for the next financial year, this will have to be going through the standard fee and charge process.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any further questions? Any further speakers for or against? Let's put this motion. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Our next item is questions with notice. We have some questions from Councillor Flannery and Councillor Adrian Cameron. We'll just do the items on page 94 for everyone else is looking. We have questions and the answers are provided there. Would you like to move that, Councillor Cameron? Oh, sorry, Flannery. I beg your pardon. The night is getting on. Councillor Flannery.
Sorry, do I want to move the?
We accept the report.
I don't accept the answers, actually.
Okay, so if I
So
could
what
get
do I
someone,
do?
so if I could get someone else to note these answers.
Can I note them and then speak to them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that.
Councillor Flannery has noted these questions. Do we have a seconder? That these questions be noted. Thank you, the answers to these questions and the questions be noted. Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Flannery, you'd like to speak to?
Yes,
questions?
so I have asked, I think, five questions, and a number of them relate to trees and the tree management strategy, and another two relate to the place-based strategy and some individual comments. The reason I've made these is quite deliberate in that all of them involve community in one way or another, broader or otherwise, and do involve the councillors and councillors being accountable. Now the response, and I'm just delving into it as an example, for question 5, when we have over $1 million, I think $1.2 million asset was gifted, or the money was gifted for the lovely play equipment and toilets at Riverbank Park, and one of the doors needs fixing. It's needed fixing since November and it hasn't been fixed, and so the response is that fixing of a door in Riverbank Park is something that would be attended to as soon as possible for inspection and for permanent fix. Well, I've inspected it. I've got photos, I've sent those in. It doesn't need re-inspected, it just needs to be fixed. And so I looked it up at how much that lot cost, and I think I could get it, online for $22. And so, to me, it's not good enough, these responses. Like, a barking dog, I kept a bark diary for 3 months, and I get told there's no ranger to do it. It's not good enough. So I'd like to propose a motion about council being responsive, more responsive to the community, and when we say where's council staff or council staff are busy, they're hardworking and all that, they all are, but most of us are hardworking and busy. And I really am happy that the council has dedicated money to the tree management strategy. I want it to be so good, and we don't have a lot of resources for it. We don't have, we're constrained by our environment and a whole lot of things. So I want it to be really good and really aligned to our budget, so I don't get a really, really poor response, like attended to as soon as possible. Like 6 months, is that as soon as possible? It's not soon as possible. So I would like to put forward a motion that the council, do I write that down procedurally? Do I say that now in my motion?
Councillor, I'll just get some advice on whether we need to accept the questions or whether
But you've accepted the question.
Oh, sorry, we've got a mover and a seconder for noting these questions. I'll just check in whether we need to deal with that first and then the motion from the question comes out.
Sure, so through you, Madam Mayor, there's not necessarily a resolution that comes from questions with notice. The question is posed, the answer is given, the answer is tabled. So that's why we don't have a recommendation of it be noted or be accepted in any way. So if you were to move a motion, you'd need to put forward an amendment to what is on the table here, and that would be an extension of what the questions and the responses are.
I'm a bit confused.
Or you could bring up
I'm
a
really
notice of
confused
motion.
actually, sorry.
So you've got two options, you could move an amendment this evening, or
That the council notes that some of these are unacceptable because the customer service charter, which is on the website, is not being followed. But I'm
tell me what your amendment is, councillor Brown.
Well, my motion is so that we don't end up with a thing like the main street, is that council pauses the development of the tree management strategy until the councillors agree on the scope with particular attention to the strategy's focus and budget for implementation. Funding for the tree management strategy is quarantined so it's not lost in the next year's budget. Because in the response to question 2, it says the approved budget set by council for the creation of the strategy is $80,000 for the creation, not implementation. The focus of this strategy has therefore needed to be refined to areas that the council can immediate effect change upon. So that doesn't really make that much sense to me, but anyway. But I'm assuming that's areas we have responsibility, like the public trees, but we do also have jurisdiction for trees on private land. And so I really question, like we can say there are standards about how trees are removed, how they're cared for on private land. And my point is, councillors were not given the ability to look at the scope and how we can implement that strategy. And I know we've had consultation. I'm asking for a pause until council looks at the scope and really aligns it to budget and what we can do.
Okay, Councillor Flannery, you've read out your motion, I believe. I'll just seek some advice from our executive on whether we can proceed with that.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, the acting CEO might like to chip in here. From what I understand about your motion that you've just read, Councillor Flannery, there would likely be some legal implications as a result of potentially pausing a contract that we've already engaged in through the RFQ process. I understand that there was community sessions last night, so to put a hold on that contract could involve some legal ramifications for council potentially. So I would recommend that we don't proceed with an amendment tonight, and we can consider that more closely in order for you to prepare a notice of motion that would not create legal ramifications for council.
I take your point, but I mean, we could do this quickly. You could have provided the scope before the meeting with the consultants. So I feel that there's a stalling from the council representatives about digging into the scope. So I know what you're saying, put it at the March meeting. But what I'm saying is, I want a tree management strategy that aligns with budget and a customer service charter. And at the moment, we're falling short. And so why are we putting forward a strategy that I don't believe has any implementation money associated with it? So I'm happy to defer it to the March meeting, but I do think that we could put a pause, that's all I'm asking, a pause that has no ramifications. The timeline that the consultant put up the other day actually had no timeline whatsoever, it had a process. So if it's got no timeline, they just said process. Why can't we just say, can we just wait? I just want a discussion with them about this scope.
Councillors, I think we're at a point where I don't believe it would be prudent to allow a motion that could have implications without a staff report attached to it. So I would bring it back as a notice of motion for the March meeting. Or we could put the motion and lay it on the table, do a procedural motion to lay it on the table if the seconder of the motion was amenable to that amendment that is proposed. So we have a noting motion currently, Councillor Flannery has suggested an amendment to change it substantially, so I'm just checking with the seconder.
I mean, I can put it up as a motion tonight, and I can,
Okay. I think
I'm happy to
that
do
might be
that.
advisable. And by all means, seek some further advice. Alright, councillors, we have the questions or notice to note for Councillor Flannery. The mover and the seconder are amenable, we'll put that to the vote.
Can I comment on something?
Yes, Councillor Butler.
I really liked what Councillor Flannery had questioned in question 5, just in response to KPIs fixing locks on public toilets, and I had been thinking along the lines as well, and perhaps Councillor Flannery would be open to discussing, I think, doing maybe providing a report, doing an audit on Snap, Send and Solve, how much we spend on Snap, Send, Solve, what we're actually solving from the snaps, and I think if we can get a report back to council, this will sort of encompass that as well, and we could just have a look at it and it just follows everything, so maybe we could work on a motion or something for the March meeting. Thank you.
Councillors, I'll just seek a response because that may come to you sooner than you think.
Oh, yes, so through you, Madam Mayor, the customer service charter, you'll be pleased to know, will be reviewed quite soon. Myself along with the new manager of community engagement. Thank you, who has the portfolio of customer service as well. So the charter will be reviewed, but through that reporting, and obviously it's a strategic document, it needs to come back to you guys for formal adoption. We'd be happy to provide some stats around CRMs, customer requests that are entered, average response times, and also Snap, Send, Solve data as well.
Thank you for the clarification. I think I certainly do as a councillor, I really advocate for people to use Snap, Send, Solve. I use it myself. However, I do get a response sometimes that I've put that snap through 5 times and no one is responding to it. So I would like to know how that actually works. So if you could capture that as well, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillors, we're now at a point where we could continue with the meeting, so is everyone happy? Do I have any further speakers to these questions? Alright, let's put this to vote. All those in favour of noting those questions and answers? Thank you. So was that unanimous, councillors? Can I just see hands? Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Moving on to item 8.2, questions with notice from Councillor Adrian Cameron. There is the question and there is the response. Councillor Cameron.
Yes, I'd just like to make a couple of quick comments. I've raised this issue a little bit partly because there's a couple of things that sort of worry me a little bit. Because we've already commercially leased a couple of buildings, that's a precedent that should be maintained all the time. I'm not sure about that because I think we should go back to some of these issues a little bit more carefully. I think possibly this could have been in the property report in March from Ray about what we were going to let and which ones we weren't going to let. I just make the comment that the Goodribidji building, which I can't pronounce properly.
Yeah,
okay.
Never go again.
No, I'm not going there. When that was commercially let, it was at a time when the council moved out of providing a particular service, and somebody else was coming in to take it over. And there was a particular situation there on that one. Also, with the ones that were at the front of the Memorial Hall, I think Councillor Jones, you were making the point of what you wanted to see happen there was increased pedestrian activity. Have we ever had any feedback on that? The answer is no. So when you do something for a particular reason and let these out, you should also be asking, do the same circumstances occur? Do you want to do the same thing again? So I just want to make the point that precedent shouldn't be always the only reason why you do something. Just because you did it once doesn't mean you should be doing it the next time as well. I also think one of the things that's come out in the comment, which I find quite interesting, is commercially lettable spaces. And that seems to be I could say a gateway to a particular opening that if you decide something is commercially lettable, you let it. If it's not, you don't let it. And I did notice that the SFM, I would have thought that the building there was a commercially rentable space, and paying $50 a week is not the exact commercial rent. So there is some differences there.
Thank you, councillor Campbell.
Thank you.
Do we have any further comments on the questions we've noticed from councillor Adrian Campbell? Okay, and I've sought advice, and we do not need to vote, we just need to proceed with the meeting, so thank you for that advice. 9.1, the, 9.2, thank you. The minutes of the Local Transport Forum held on 3rd of February 2026. So moved, councillor Rothwell.
Yeah.
Seconded, councillor Cherry.
Great deal of so about exit Shingle Hill Way. We've got to get transport onto that big time, as you said earlier. Very dangerous intersection. So, that's about it.
The seconder. I just want to commend the Transport Forum for fast tracking within our current budget. That they're going to replace the give-way signs with B-size stop signs, install the rumble strips, investigate improvement in lighting, and replace the existing B-size stop signs for intersection C-size. And what was the other things? Request here for New South Wales to undertake a speed review, and also for TF New South Wales and Halloran Council to develop other safety improvements. We're also going to request TF New South Wales to investigate the advisory signs to warn those heavy vehicles of the dangers of using Shingle Hill Way, turning right onto the federal highway. And we've requested that they investigate options for an online system to warn heavy vehicles of the dangers of using Shingle Hill Way to turn right on the federal highway. Given the conversation that I was having with Councillor Rothwell when he nearly got cleaned up, was that just yesterday?
Once again, sorry about my language.
Yeah, it just demonstrated yet again that is such a hazard, and I commend the Gundaroo RFS who've got to go and cut people out of cars for keep pushing us to do the work, so thank you. Councillor Carter.
Quick question. I've got a question from a member of the community, I couldn't answer them. And it's probably to the acting CEO. Where do we find at the moment terms of reference for certain committees? So I got a question from a member of the public about what can I ask of the Local Transport Forum, how do I do that? Like, I couldn't find the terms of reference. Do we know where they are? Are they going back up or et cetera?
I will refer to the Director of Infrastructure and Assets.
Thanks.
That'd be a good question. I'm not sure if it's in. We usually have a lot of highlights of them on our website.
I couldn't find anything on it.
You won't have it.
So I, back now, I'm working over now. I knew where all the rest were, but not these ones. So there's an advisory committee guideline that was published November, October last year. They're contained within there. I'll circulate the link if that's good.
Yeah, I couldn't find that section.
That now concludes the items in our public section of the meeting. We'll now need a mover to send us into confidential plans. Sorry, and we need a procedural to extend by, let's call it 30 minutes, people. Can I have a mover, please? So moved, councillor Cherry. Seconded, councillor Carter. We're doing an extension of the meeting in order to conduct the rest of our business by half an hour. All those in favour of that? Reluctantly, but yes. Okay, that was unanimous. Yeah, councillor Burgess against or for? Okay.
Don't want too long.
Yep,
The rules.
thank you. Okay, all those sorry, I think that was in favour, I'm getting confused now. That was passed, yes, passed, one exception, I understand.
I think.
I'm hearing you. Alright, Councillors will now move into confidential. I know that there is no one in the gallery to have to question whether they have any objections to that. So we'll now move our meeting into confidential. For all those on live stream, we'll be back shortly. Thank you for staying for the confidential items. As per our meeting practice, we'll now read out the recommendations from the confidential section. So for item 6.7, the recommendation for the tender process for the Murray Playground is 1, that council accepts the tender from Briarwood Pty Ltd TA Ram Construction under contract YVC PE 57/2025 for the Murray Bateman All Abilities Playground construction, subject to satisfactory reference checks. And that for item 6.16, the recommendation is that council 1 appoints the following ex officio industry expert and community members to the Economic and Development Advisory Committee. Jessica Bryden on behalf of Destination Southern New South Wales, Jill Elphinston on behalf of Regional Development Australia Southern Inland, Mr Jason Burgess on behalf of Yass Valley Business Chamber, and Jack Walker on behalf of Yass Valley Business Chamber, Yasmin Coe, Auntie Karen Denny, Landon Hodgkinson, Kieran Reynolds, and 2 appoint the following community members to the First Nations Advisory Committee, Auntie Karen Denny, Ms Michaela Stock, Ms Tegan Denny, and Auntie Pam Bell. 3, that we will defer the appointments of members to the Access and Age-Friendly Committee and Sports and Open Space Committee until council identifies key stakeholders and rights to them, and 4, recirculate the offer to nominate the Access and Age-Friendly Committee and Sport and Open Space Committee once key stakeholders have been identified. Thank you for your attendance, councillors, and thank you for anyone watching at home on the live stream.
Alright.